Yo, 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 yo. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Oh my God. Boy, have I missed you guys. You guys have no idea what we have been through in this past couple days. Man, where do we start? Batar, how are you, sir? Rem, I was worried after waiting a long and not see your show. Trust good. Nice to reconnect. Yes, sir. I saw your comment and I responded like, "Hey, I am finally good now." Um, Thank you, Nana Ape. Nice to see you in here, man. Crazy, crazy things that have happened. Crazy things. Um, AB was basically getting ready to go on CPI day, and so many crazy things happened that day, guys. So many crazy things. And I don't mean to like, kind of like brag or anything, but it was, you guys all probably know how crazy yesterday was, let alone how Wednesday was. But I had, some of you remember there was like, I had calls on Wednesday. We chose the bottom. It was Tuesday, actually. Sorry. And I picked out a bottom, and you guys seen it or witnessed it on that last live stream, and it went on up from there. And it was a wonderful sight to see. And then Wednesday, the next day, I was going live, and accidentally, my brother dumped the coffee on my entire laptop, and it fried the whole laptop, the motherboard, and everything. And it's all good. It was time to get a new one. I got a monstrous new one because on that same day I had monstrous freaking like play on those options that were for the spy. I mean, it was bananas. And then yesterday was even another day. Some people played Coinbase. I don't know if you guys have followed along with Coinbase or not, but Coinbase went crazy nuts. Just about everything. The dollar seen one of its worst days in 2 years, and that resulted in the entire, obviously, markets being prompted up like crazy, all off of some, you know, shall we say, fabricated data from the market or the Feds being reported. It was a crazy, crazy, crazy thing to see, like how this whole past 2 days happened, and then so many gaps were created throughout the markets. It's unbelievable, like how it all happened. I mean, the markets right now. Yesterday were confirmed. If you guys remember, what have I been telling you over a month and a half? What was going to happen with the spy, where we was going to go, and all that stuff. This confirms for over a month and a half. We were like somewhere down here when these things were first happening. We were like down here at this leg. Uh, what was it? It was like, I think June, somewhere right there. June 26th, if you guys can recall. And it was an important level, as you guys can see here. And then I walked you through, guys, some lives. We don't have to go through that again, but some lives in the past, I walked you through how the algorithm was working itself out from here, and obviously got us to that point right there. And it was important to see a rebound. And once we saw the very next day on the 27th, a massive rebound off this level right here, ultimately it put us in this channel where you see this line right here drawn to get all the way up here now, which leads us up to this. On the 30th, we had this rise. Then next thing you know, we had to come down. There was two gaps right there. We filled them up right there on the 7th. And then this week we are, and obviously, as you can see right now, we're coming down to retest this level. And then, as you can see, there was a gap on Wednesday, and then another one yesterday. This gap right here was from the CPI data, which a lot of people, I don't know, like I know that a lot of people know that the CPI data is kind of made up, which, yes, they made their own parameters so that they can go ahead and move the goalpost and report these things. But at the end of the day, if you've seen like July's estimated data, it was at like around 2.5, 2.7. So it was safe to say that June's CPI data was going to come in below the expectations of 3, or at least be at 3. And at that point, it was safe to also say that with these technicals that we were going to have, as we were right here at that point, it was safe to say that we were going to rip on that 14th, or sorry, on it was the Wednesday, on the 12th. And that's what exactly happened. And of course, your boy sold his things over here. And then at the bottom, right around there, got some more calls to be due on the 14th, which is today. Now I'm stuck with them. We'll see what happens because they are retesting. I'm still in the green, but I'm trying to choose a perfect landing spot to get out. But yesterday, of course, it gapped up like crazy. I'm greedy, so therefore I'm not selling them. They're trying to, if this takes us back over here, keep us underneath this channel, which if you can see, this is important. Today, when we opened up, we also had another gap. And this gap right here has been filled at the 49.73. Right underneath it, if they were bringing us down more, at least until now, this is all we could see, then that would have brought us back to go ahead and refill this gap over here from yesterday, which is around the 446 level. And then there's another gap right there around the 443 level, which I almost, and again, I'm not a financial advisor. You guys know what's up. You guys trying to keep AB here for a longer period, so therefore he's not gone and screwed. But yeah, at the end of the day, you guys got to make your own decisions. I just do show you guys my thing, and then you guys can see if it's educational enough, if you guys can work with it, maybe add some things to it, subtract some things from it. It's all up to you. And then I have almost no doubt that this gap and this gap have to be refilled. And could it be OPEX week next week? It's most likely shaping to be that way, in my humble opinion. So I would really watch out for everybody who sees the market as pumping. Right now, it's crucially important to realize, yes, while I do still think, as I told you guys from almost 2 months ago, that we are going for all-time highs, and we're literally about almost a little bit less than 4% away from the SPY or the S&P 500 being at its all-time high, which is ludicrous to say. I understand. You guys are probably like, AB, but that don't make sense. The markets are not like we know that this is not right, or all that. Well, guess what? If the feds are out there printing so much cash and money, there's little that you and I could say or do. And therefore, if you're trying to day trade or you're trying to make some money, you got to play along in the market so that obviously your trades don't get screwed. Now, in the meantime, because it's all about timing, in the meantime, this level and this channel right here is crucially important. This is a supply zone that I have seen. Today, this morning, we did this. We gapped up. And eventually, we got over this 450 and 62 cents range, which at that point we became kind of like in the blue clouds zone in the sky, because if we go back a year ago from this time, you'll see that there is such a free range from that area that we broke all the way up to this level, 450, 350. It's important to see between 449.73 and 450, 350, where, in which direction is the SPY going to do? Is it going to do a correction and come back to fill up those gaps that I just showed you a little bit ago, from this week and one from last week, and the past couple of days? Or are we going to continue to meet that level, the top, which is 53.50, right over there, and then, which is again about $2 away from where it's at, which is not much for the SPY, depends knowing how it moves. So at this point, you're probably like thinking, okay, well, what do I do? Again, AB can't tell you what to do, but what AB is doing himself is that he's got to watch out. First, we got to reclaim. If we're to go to that 453 level, there's some small levels of resistance that we got to break. We got to go right back above that 450 and 48 cents level today. And then eventually maybe hold up, be able to decisively hold above the 450 to perhaps continue that run into next week. If that doesn't, and you see what they're doing right here, trying to basically hold us within these parameters, the 449 level and then the 450 and 48 level, then at this point, it's going to be really scary to get in on in somewhere in here. I would wait for confirmation personally for me before I would get in either to go on the call side or the put side, because you got to see in which direction is going to break out. Are the bears going to beat them and bring them down under here? And as you can see, they tried to earlier today, not too long ago, and eventually they brought them down to 449.52, but it didn't hold because there was some bullish action that brought it right above. Will there be a second attempt? We'll see throughout today's trading session. If the bulls were actually going to be too powerful, they were pushed through this level and then eventually try to retouch that high of today, which is 451.36, and claim that level. I'm more leaning toward the area of them perhaps trying to claim that higher level, go right above this. This 450 and 86 or 450, 51, 48. And hopefully they can reclaim that top. At that point, personally, I might actually just sell them because, again, they're due today. And then either way, if they were to break down below this channel, I'll still sell them and I'll still be in the profit, because when I bought them, it was in the 444 level, 445 level. And then let me actually look at them. And they're the 445 strike price. So therefore, I'm safe. It's just giving up on more gains at that point. As you can see, it's a very strong fight. We'll see who will claim which level. But in between these zones right now, it's kind of like a staring game. I know I came at you, all of you guys, that quick with so much and all this stuff. Let me say what's up to many of my people. Let's see who's here. Tater Tot, what's good, my friend? Let's effing go. That is correct. We got a lot to cover. Crypto talk, AMC talk. There were some levels. I wish I had my computer, these past 2 days to actually walk you through it, because there were some things that I've told you guys and they were happening, and we'll go through them in a bit. Man, this Arabic coffee is really great. It has some cardamom in it. Let's see. Vado Loco, what's good, Loco? Loco One, oh Loco One, how are you doing, my friend? Gorilla Grod, good morning, my brother. I'm off work. We'll listen in later. Yes, sir. Bob Loco, what's good, bro? Look at that. I got all the family coming back. I thought that everybody was gonna go, and then everybody was gonna just forget about AB and be like, you know what? He didn't pop up 2 days ago to his live stream. Didn't know it was literally like 15 minutes before the stream was gonna go on and air, and then it was coffee. You would think that I wouldn't drink coffee anymore because of that, but things happen. Let's see. I got bull action right here. I mean, even though the RSI is hot and it's moving really hot, but let's see. Maybe the bulls can break this level. If it's too strong to break, we'll see. I mean, you got to remember also the market maker, and we'll look at some of the options chain data and what's happening going along. And we're going to look at AMC. In the meantime, let's look at AMC real quick. Look where we at 433. You guys remember the last live before AB went missing? X-Files music's playing in the background. This was yesterday, or today, sorry, the high of 457. I hope that we can come back to claim that. If you guys remember, I broke to you guys this case about the moving averages and all that stuff, and I said that we have the important level to hold and break. If you remember yesterday, there was a long amount of time where that 448 level, where I told you guys I want us to break and hold above, which we were not successfully able to do yesterday and also today so far. Um, that was crucially important. If you saw that, they were fighting the shit out of us, tooth and nail for that, because that was us doing a going through the infamous right here, going through. See that? Look at that. Look at this big red giant candle right here, which came in today, obviously dropping us. You see all this selling? We were this close of actually continuing to claim our territory and perhaps break through that 448 that I've seen before. That's which will basically have us officially break that. Let me make this a little bit clearer here so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. You guys remember, most of you in here, guys, like the technicals that I was talking about. Here, you see this is the 50-day moving average where we at, and we were very freaking close to try to break that 200 moving day average and continue with authority to the upside. And unfortunately, you've seen what they did. Somebody does not want us to do that, and they wasted a lot of money. Because why did I choose the word wasted? Because that's just money that they're like basically either bought a lot of shares and tried to sell them, or either went big short on us today. Again, if they found any shares out there or fabricated any. But what we will also do is see this. There is not much action on AMC today. Just so you guys would know, I've told you guys before one thing, and we're going to repeat it here again. We have, I've told you guys before the laptop got burnt, that on that last stream, that there was somebody or some entities that were forking out millions of dollars into so deep in the money puts that are due in July 21st, which is next week. And all I'm seeing on a daily basis, I've been tracking their like institution and even high retail orders on the options chain, and I've been seeing that so much concentration is on that July 21st. Something is happening within this week, like maybe after the market today or early next week. I wholeheartedly believe something is going to come out, maybe some decision or something will come out, and that's why we are dancing around these levels that we're dancing around, and we are trying to like someone is trying to maintain us there until some sort of corporate action comes out. Look, they're coming off at us hard today, as you can see right there. But again, volume is only at almost 8 million. It's not much. They will come out with so much negative articles. Coinbase stock has doubled in a month, really has gone too far, analyst says. While that is true, there is still most likely probably some room to run. Why is that? Because that's when we will, at some point throughout today's session, talk about the crypto mania that is happening and what does that mean for us. All right. One moment. Let me go ahead. See, the bulls are trying to break that level I was telling you about. Let's see if they could claim that area right there. And right now, the bears obviously are the shorts and on the SPY are trying to bring them right back underneath this. They want this to be a resistance, not a support. If that becomes support, AV will be extremely happy today. So let's see. Hopefully they don't bring us right back into this channel, and then obviously hopefully we don't break underneath this. So let's go bulls. F the shorts. All right. The best part is if you're a day trader, you got to be able to read price action, and you have to be able to see things. Most of these technicals are good to look at, like taking long positions, perhaps that you're going to be in for like a few months or a month or maybe a few weeks. But if you're going to trade on a daily, especially in options, it's crucially important to be able to read price action. Look at the gaps that got to be filled. Look at the resistance and support levels and all those things, because these things will be either your demise or your success. Let me see something real quick. Okay, let's see. Who has any questions? No questions. Everybody just missed AB. Bro, I almost gave up on you, but I was like, let's see if the Muse basketball came out. Don't give up on AB, Gorilla Grodd. At the end of the day, who are you gonna use your psychic powers on and you controlling powers on if you give up on AB? What does that say about you, Grodd? um, let's see. David Stevens, nice to see you in here, brother. Sorry about Wednesday. Again, coffee was the ultimate short of that stream. Yep, that's right, Nana Ape. Screw the shorts. Let me put some music in this background real quick, and you guys will be able to tell me if it's too loud or too low or however way, Let's see. Do I still remember how it's done? It's just been a couple of days. That's it. But those couple of days were huge. But I have to set up everything all over again, which is the worst part about all of this process, was that I had to set up everything all over again. And obviously I didn't set everything up yet. Nice shout out from Pantheon. Well, Pantheon is a great guy. That's my good friend right there. I love Pantheon. He's an amazing guy, and I love that he's very, very neutral as far as between both, like how we have this little no and yes and all this stuff. We could all have our opinions and still not hate each other, because at the end of the day we're in the same bus. So it's either that we all get out of the bus, or there's no way that it's just going to be one or two people that are getting out of it. You guys know that kind of movie. KYP, there's my good friend. How are you, my friend? How are you, my good friend? Guys, we're going to look for probably also getting out of some positions. Like I said, with the SPY, I have some really cool positions for the VIX next week. I feel like there's going to be a lot of stuff as earnings season officially kind of kicks off. Today you just got JP Morgan and all of them. Let's see. Where's the music tab? I think I didn't have that set up yet. I don't think it's set up yet. I think I need to reset that up, and I don't want to screw up the... Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's go like this. Let's get it. All right. Editor. I put the music. You guys got to help me tune it out, okay? So make sure it's not either too low or too loud. All right. So tell me, guys, is it loud enough? Is it too loud? Is it too low? Which one is it? Oh, look at that. Look at this bear action right there. That really hurt. See, somebody doesn't want them to break this level. Somebody doesn't want the SPY to break that level right there, which is, again, like I said, it's a crucially important level to gain and have if it's going to go and back and try to have any shot at retesting that high of the day. So let's see. That's huge, 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 huge red. In a way, that's kind of also good because it allows it to be actual easy stair step and smooth action for the bulls to try, instead of gapping up and then shoot up all the indicators and all this stuff. No, instead of burning anything, easy up, down a little bit, cool off, come out. That's really cool action, as long as there's no sudden shocks that comes out of nowhere in the market. So I'm really loving this action right here. Again, they're fighting tooth and nail at that line, as you guys can see. Obviously we drew this line right here. This doesn't just come with the chart. No, not this. Look at that. See, this is what I like, the healthy movement. Now we need to go ahead and make a little harder push right there so that we could slowly keep stair stepping until we get to a point where up here, I think personally, if it's going to be too crazy, like somewhere around here, I'm going to be looking to see if I could probably get out, because this was very hard. It's going to turn into hard resistance. We're going to draw a line there soon. But let me just do this real quick. Look at that. See that smooth action? Who's been whispering? Who's been whispering? They call me the SPY whisperer. Look, heavy sounds cheesy now. Oh man, that's a wedge. I like it. Yes. Now we need to do another one right there, just to see if we peek through this, because this was barely a peak, so it's not wise to put a resistance anywhere up there. So let's see if we get back to 451.18. Would love that. Look at that. Yeah, the RSI is hot right now. It's shooting, but guess what? We are making higher highs and higher lows. So let's keep that up. Let's keep that up. I'm loving it. Sorry, McDonald's. I have to use your logo for a bit. Now maybe, you know, it could probably try to come back. They could try to get it back to retest this, but right off this level, off this blue line, the bulls could probably try to reclaim again. Again, this is great scalping area. As you can see right here, they're doing that. I'm loving it. The algorithms of the market maker do not phase AB any bit, because once you know your enemy really well, know how they operate, and you know the system and how it works, I'm not going to say you become the perfect, because you will take some losses. Sometimes it's you against you. Sometimes you try to reach for something a little further, because that's just who we are, as we're designed that way. I don't know, like, no matter how constrictive you become, you're always going to have a little part in you, and I'm guilty as I'm talking about this, where you want to shoot up on that one shot to say, you know what, I don't want to do any more of this. As much as you love it, I personally love day trading, and this is why every day it becomes a problem for me when it hits Friday night. Like today, it's gonna be a like sad Saturday and Sunday. But you know what I did for that is that every day I'm up, I day trade. That's what I do. Luckily, and thank to God that my restaurant is being run and is being managed by my brother, so therefore it's all good over there. So I could do what I love doing every day, and he does what he loves every day. That way we don't bump heads, as every day who's making the day-to-day decisions on the business and all that stuff. He handles everything. I just look at the statements, do the taxes at the end of obviously every month, pay off everything, so that he can be the the on-site man, the guy that basically is in the middle of the heat fighting the war for us, the guy who basically makes the Steve Jobs decisions that basically helps our restaurant get better and better. And he's much better at food, cooking, and knowing all the codes of the like the health department and everything, especially in the state of Kentucky. Because it's crazy. I live in Ohio, but my restaurant is right off the river in Kentucky, in Florence, Kentucky, inside the Florence Mall. So yes, so like even then, like going a little bit off topic, but even then, you're always going to be like, you know what, let me do this and take it off. But what I did is Friday and like night, Saturday and Sunday, I do not look at any charting. It's a rule. It's a given rule, because this takes a toll on a person. When you every day, all day till like 4, from morning till 4, eventually by the end of the week, you know, you should be a lot more different. Go out, go do stuff, see friends, change it up. Do not look at anything. Go watch movies, do your favorite things all throughout the weekend. Obviously still do that throughout the week after you finish trading, if you have to go watch a movie or something, but you got to be very dedicated to the cause, if that's what you like doing or what you love doing. And when people say you can't do this for a living, they can't be any further away from the truth. I think that they are all BSing, in my humble opinion. They don't know much because their own experiences have not been very materializing. So therefore they just, you know, call it as something. No, you can't make much with the stock market. You still have to have a job. You can technically actually make this a living if you like stitch together the perfect like your perfect way of making things together, putting things together. As you guys can watch here as I'm talking, you guys see this healthy action. I love it. I don't like the fact there isn't much volume, but you'll see soon that something is gonna either happen where it shoots up to here, or if we keep stair stepping to this resistance line, you know, obviously all the the indicators are fried right now almost, so there will be some pullback, but again, it's good as long as it's not a pullback that goes down here below this channel. As you guys can see that I drew that line upwards. So far I'm loving it. The action is wonderful. As you guys can see, it's moving as we're talking. So yeah, back to the story. So or like to talk, you can make obviously something out of this, or a way to live, guys. You just have to see how the stocks move, get in, get the right price action movement, read it, take it in. Yes, in the beginning you will probably stumble a little bit, but it's not necessarily where you just have to focus on, like, technically you can just pay attention to the SPY. And honestly, if you pay attention to the SPY too much, then you will eventually be like, okay, I see how it moves. But the one thing about it is that you definitely have to be able to read, like what we're doing here. Why you guys think, well, I'm talking to you guys, we're doing this. I'm hoping that you guys are able to download some information about, like, oh, look at this. This is how this works. That's how that works. That's what price action is like. And along the way, create some sort of rhythm yourself, and then make your own plan. Hey, every day I do this, I do that. There's so many ways to go about it, and none of them is just correct or all wrong. No, everybody's is different. You'll have people who are like momentum traders. You can use more than one trick. Some people, like I personally love, I hate to jump in and see where things go, or go with the momentum or whatever. No, I like to, for the people, I call my strategy, and this might sound hilarious, I call my strategy the USA strategy. AB's USA strategy. What is that? You guys will probably laugh at what is the USA strategy. The USA strategy is, historically speaking, every time there was, and trust me, this is not going to be a political talk, but one second, hold on, before I get into that. Thank you, KYP. Yes, smash that like button, people. Get some more and more people in here. Come on, show AB a good time now that he's back. But is the music too loud, guys? Tell me Tell me, baby. Singing was definitely not my thing. Are you having trouble hearing me or focusing to what I'm saying? If the music is too loud, please put thumbs down, thumbs up. Let me know. You know, use those fingers. Come on, get those impressions in the chat, so that I can either continue going talking, or you guys will be able to tell me that it's too loud. Put it down. Very smart. You didn't buy puts, Loco, on Coinbase when he was at 58. All right. It looks like nobody's typing. It looks like everybody loves the watch, and it looks like the music is probably perfect. All right. So moving on. Where was I at? If you forgot where he's at. So ultimately, yes. So like, what is the AB USA strategy? I reminded myself right before you were thinking about typing, telling me the AB's USA strategy. I remembered the AB USA strategy. And yes, we're not going to go political here. Historically speaking, we normally tend to wait if there's, and unfortunately, again, this is terrible, but this is how it happens. So it is what it is, right? Whenever there is a war, especially a world war, we tend to be on the sidelines. We of course speak and talk and say, hey this, hey that, but we tend to be on the sidelines until we see a favorable position to get in, and until both parties who are at war, like take you back to World War II. You had the Germans fighting everybody, the whole world and everybody, Russia from one side, England and France from the other. Russia, like Germany was going in, USA is making threats saying, don't screw with us and all that stuff. Then suddenly the news comes out, a German submarine strikes an American ship, brings it down, and the Americans at that point said, you know what, I've had enough. This is it. I'm bringing you Uncle Sam to the house, But when did we go in? Actually, when did we come into that part? To that part of the to the war is pretty much right around the end. And the way I see it, it's more like we came in so that we kind of can collect the booty of the war and the way that it works. So how does that translate into what AB is talking about here? Okay, trust me, it will make sense. What AB likes to do is he likes to let the bulls, you see all this action. Here's where we opened right here in the morning, and we gapped up. Bulls, or the people on the offense, fought, pushed it up, pushed it up, pushed it up, pushed it up. Guess what? I knew that the defense, or the bears in this case, are going to counter, and this is where they did what they did right here, right around the top, which was around 10:30, 10:20, and from 10:20 they countered all the way until like almost 11. So like for 30 minutes there was an onslaught of like firing back from the opposition. And at that point, seeing the tech, I'm also paying attention to my surroundings. While they were attacking, one side was attacking, the other side are attacking back now. The bulls first were inflicting a lot of damage on the bears early in the early hours for the first 20-25 minutes of the trading session. Then the bears were like, okay, that's all you got, here we go, and they launched their missiles at the bulls. Now while that is happening, I'm also paying attention to here, this gap that happened early in the morning, and I said, if they bring us underneath this line, because you're probably looking like, look at all these lines AB got here. Once they brought us underneath this, I was like, okay, the bears wants to cover this gap, so they're going to take them to this gap. Now of course the bulls have to make sure they like, once they got down here, they knew that they were vulnerable, so therefore they're like, okay, we need to go ahead and make sure we don't lose the whole war and come down all the way here, at least today. So therefore they were like, we'll let them let them cover this gap, let them get this ground, and then we can come in all at once. They would have used all their artillery for that moment, which the bears did from up here all the way down to here. And then that's when the bulls opened up their onslaught. and they were able to bring it right back up to here. Now the bears, as you can see, are beginning to do their thing. So how does AB's USA trading strategy work? Again, maybe by now you have an idea. I let them fight up, I let the other opposition fight down, and once I see either side in the middle, or I see the deadlock, I've seen this gap right here get filled. Personally, here is where I would have gotten in instantly at this bottom, and then up here somewhere, you would have been able to make so much money off of, like, it might look small, but from 449.55 or 449.52, which was the low, all the way to 450 and 70 something cents, 83 cents. You're talking about a whole dollar of movement. And in the options world, given if you put the right amount of money in there, even if you put just one option call, I'm not saying go do this, guys. I'm just giving you an insight so you can see what it's like. You want to look behind the curtain and see what's on the other side? Well, I'm revealing it to you, to those of you who don't know. And at that point, from here up to here, that would easily be or constitute to easily over 100% in profits. Yes, 100% in profits of whatever amount that you would have put in, just on a small scalp from this. But you have to be able to see that coming, and that's why I call it the AB's USA trading strategy. I have to be able, like, I'm more safe when I come in, when I see both sides completely tired and exhausted, and exhaustion have hit both sides. And at that point, it's my time to come in so I could join one side, just uplift, go along the ride with one side when they're about to open their onslaught on the opposition, and go out. And then at that point, I can also switch to the other side. Now that might make AB sound like a like it might make AB sound like a terrible person. But again, this is not a political world. This is just a trading strategy. So I will be a bull and I will be a bear. There's calls and there's puts. There's two different things from shorts. Obviously, there's no shorting here and all that. While that is out there, I don't get involved much with that because it's so much safer and so much easier for me to go ahead, and more profitable for me to go ahead and just keep making scalping money on calls and puts throughout the day, and eventually, once you get your portfolio to a day trade limit, which is 25K and above, then you will be able to follow these, whatever strategy that you make, nonstop on a daily base. And that's an important part of a day trader. If you are to be a day trader and make something out of it, you will see that you will have to have unlimited day trading abilities. Having 3 trades every 5 business days, that always works as a limiter. Like, it will limit your advancement in the trading session, because you constantly are waiting. After 3, you have to wait for a whole week or so to see, basically, to make profits. So your gains are not going to be moving crazy, while you'll be exposed to much less risk. But if you make your position, again, like, that's why I gave you guys the AB USA strategy. His AB, like, that's why I call it the AB USA strategy, is I get in and I get out and I wait for both sides to hit. It just seems so much, it is so much safer for me. And I created that strategy throughout many years of trading. And that's why I feel, for me, it's the safest strategy for day trading, because it works well with me. I'm not going to emotionally trade and like try to, at the open, I see a lot of incoming data favoring one side over the other, whether it's the bears or the bulls. Jump in, and then next thing you know, the market maker switches it up on you and says, I don't think so. Next thing you know, oh shit, I got in, and now it's being dumped if I got in as a bull or as a call. And if I got in as a bear and then it rips up, now here I go. Now I'm waiting for the rest of the day, sitting down, collecting my tears, waiting for, hoping for a miracle to happen by the the bulls or the bears, whichever way I got. So instead, I like to let them both fight, dictate where this battle goes, and then once I see where the battle goes, that's when I come in, and I obviously my support would hopefully change the tides, and I'll go along for the ride with whoever side I'm on at that point. So we'll see what happens here. Hopefully, so you guys understand the AB USA trading strategy. I'm making an indicator. I'm working on a couple of indicators to put them together, and then eventually I will name it the AB USA strategy. All you YouTubers out there, do not steal my strategy, and if you do, give credit. AMC Max Payne is at 450. Come on, yes. The Yi Chen, how are you? Roy B, show me the money. That's correct, bro. That is correct. We all love money, right? David Stevens, all good. USA, hell yeah. Look at that. It is deadly with literally no volume. You'll soon see some crazy stuff starts to ensue. Just so you guys would know, institutionally, most let me take this out. Boom. Institutionally, they are basically still hammering us, but again, there's just so much consolidation on that 21, and it's all institutes. I want to let people know, okay, there is a myth out there saying that retail keeps losing a lot of money on options chain with AMC and all this stuff, and you couldn't be much further away from the truth, honestly, with that. When I track their option data and look at all of it, it is actually mostly institutions that are piling up on the either the options chain, whether the puts or the calls. It is majority of it is being hammered by institutes. Most content creators out there who claim the opposition or opposite of that is completely misleading people and lying to people and scaring people away. And obviously they were able to successfully, over the past better part of 2-3 years, able to scare people away and give them PTSD from the options chain. And again, it's I will say this, and I've been saying it for years. Options are a way to actually leverage your portfolio, not to destroy it, as risky as it is, but it's a way to leverage your portfolio. If you look at any smart money or any companies or institutes, the way they invest, an options chain is a crucial part of their investments, because this is how you leverage every position you get in. Every company has its own things that it comes with, like investing in Microsoft is not the same way as investing in GameStop or AMC. So therefore you would have to go with a different method. GameStop, like Microsoft, is a completely, overall, is a safe spot or stock that doesn't move too much, like doesn't drop too far and doesn't go too high, or it's not as volatile, in other words, too much, like in such a short period of time. So most people park their money. They use stocks like that to park their money. Of course, every few amount of years, every now and then, there's crazy volatility for things that happen throughout the world, throughout the market, the economy. And this is when any stock that you're in is no longer safe to any of that. You look at, for example, Tesla. Look at Facebook. In 1 year, Facebook was down last year to like, this time last year to like down to like $78, $88. And now a year later, you got it being above $314, $315. That's too insane of a volatility, because it's the market conditions that we are in right now currently. As you can see, the bulls here on the SPY were not able to successfully hold up there, and now this is looking a little worrisome, because it looks like the bears, if they're able to close out this candle right here down here, then that would probably indicate a reversal and a change of trend to the downside. So it's important to see how this work out between them. This is important. Eventually, if the bears were able to bring it down, we have to see if, again, this level is respected. If it's not, then for AB, anywhere down here would be a way or a spot to get out, because his options are due today. I'd rather keep as much of my big profits in my pockets than try to give them back to the market maker or the people who wrote these options. And obviously, like, you know, just fork it out. Fork, even if it's an extra $5, whatever, $1,000, $2,000 from here to here, that could make that much difference depending on how much you put in. And as you can see, it did not literally close there. However, we need to see the bulls. Yes, there we go. We need to be able to see some big boom boom candles. I love saying that. To basically change the session. And here, if you see this cross right there, is called a doji candle, my brothers and sisters, and that normally indicates a new change of direction in the price action. So we'll see if this was to become true. And as you can see, the bulls are piling up now. This is a very weird movement, because again, while it didn't respect this and it dropped below it, maybe it could still respect this channel. That's the last one. But if it does this, sometimes having higher highs and lower lows, and it's like weird. It's like lower lows but higher lows, then higher highs or lower highs. That normally sometimes tend to be extremely bullish, to the point where it can predict a complete break to the upside. And I like that kind of setup. So let's see what ends up happening here. So yes, so most content creators I've seen, like, they love to go ahead and, you know, grift around a lot, so much where they say, oh, options chain this, options change that, options chain this, options chain that, and they're like, oh, retail is losing so much money to options. While that could be the case here and there, but really it is mostly, from what I've been tracking, at least for the past month or so, it has been mostly institutionalized, and they're the ones who are keeping it. And the reason why, that explains why we've been dancing in those parameters of like being averaged between this range of $4 and underneath $5, obviously, and then above $3.99, like above, like in between that $4 and $5 range. We've been there because we've been shorted and pumped and dumped through major options chain buying from institutions, you know. And let me see right here. Look, the bulls are trying to reclaim that level up there. See if they're able to do that. Now, if this ends up being that, and then now the next down comes down here, then that will 100% mean this was the top of that last movement, and now we're going to be basically making another. If it does something like this, I'll draw it right here. Like if they're able to bring it down to here somewhere, this area. Sorry, drawing is terrible. I have a new mouse too. It looks crazy. It's like alienistic. Then the bulls bring it back up to there, and then come back down here. As you can see, if they were able to bring this down to what? I don't want no arrows. Oh man. Give me my droid right there. So if the bears were able to bring it down up to here somewhere, Then the bulls fight back again, bring it up to here, but only to down here, and then bring it, and the bears fight again, and then bring it down here. You will see how that's a new, okay, stop. You'll see how that creates a new trend, because this right there will act as the high of that previous movement. And at that point, you would definitely have to watch out, because they will eventually try to retest this position through here, this level. And then you would have to, if you were a bull, obviously, or if you have some calls, then you'll have to watch out. If they break underneath it, then you're going to be in, you know, perhaps la-la land. And that's no good place to be, because at the end of the day, you'll be making prayers. So you want this to continue up and perhaps break this previous movement to the upside. Casey Hogg, what's up? Yes, what's up, my boy? Captain No Likey, need an options trading for dummies class. Options is something that obviously you could, you know, learn through the Greeks of like each option. What's the delta? You can go on Google and see what is delta, what is like what are all these Greeks act as, what is the break-even price before you buy a contract, because options are just contracts between one entity and the other, and that's basically all you would have to learn. Once you learn that, at that point you would have to also learn the price action movement, because at the price action movement you would know which to go for. There's so many strategies in the options world, whether sometimes you can sell covered calls, you can sell puts, you could buy calls and you could buy puts. It depends, and you could buy either. You could play different strategies like the condors and the iron, and there's so many things to go in. Every situation goes about things a little differently, so it's important to see, like to kind of like jump into that world, slowly dabble with it, use paper trading account to play with that. Oh, what is happening here? Look, bear action. Look, they are trying to do are they trying to follow my I hope not, at least. So yes, so like as you can see, they're bringing through their action here. So let's see if the bulls were able to close it up here and then perhaps go right back up again. Then that would indicate that this upward trend from down here is still alive. But again, that's to be seen. Maybe the bears might bring it down to here, like I said to you guys. And if they do, then that will indicate the next high will be somewhere here, and then they will try to bring it back down again. So it's important to see which trend that happens here. But the most important thing is the levels that we're in. They're fighting in this within the supply zone. We need to see clean and very manageable break for the bulls through this line up here, this uptrend. And then for the bears, they need to break this line down here at 449.73 and obviously hold and retest that bottom right there, which was a 449.52 of the day. Below that, they will literally meet almost resistance to try to, because this is a very tough support right here to break out of. As you can see, they met that earlier in the day. They met that again. They couldn't break it. They will come back down. If they do, to try to break it again, that will consider, if they don't break that, that will be considered a triple bottom. What a triple bottom is, I know you're probably like, oh, okay, AB's throwing at us bottoms, doubles, and triples, but these are actually formations that are important. So a triple bottom is when they meet a support level, a support level, and they are not able to break it. That tends to always that would indicate that the bulls are too stubborn, especially at the support area at the 449.52, and at least for that near foreseeable future, they do not want to break that. The bears need a lot more power and artillery to break through this, and at that point, the bulls will actually make a complete strong reversal to the upside and perhaps go back to gain a lot more land. Because again, think of it like a battle. when you go on the offensive, it's also, there's always time for defense, because you can't just go on offense nonstop. Once you run out, it's the time for the other opposition to attack. And at that point, you want to make sure that you obviously didn't use all your efforts and went all in, because if it didn't work and you don't gain all the land that you need, or at least get up to here for the Bulls, as you can see, they used here a lot and they got stomped right there. And that's when the Bears were able to go ahead and attack them very fiercely, bringing them down here. And now they made another attempt there, but they were not able to also break through that on the day to try to go right back up. And now we officially have crazy amounts of lines in this in this whole thing. Let's see what happens. What happiness here. All right, let's see if we have any questions. Belligerent ideas. I used paper trading if on days when I wasn't confident in playing on the market that day. That's a pretty good idea, brother. That's a pretty good idea. Good advice right there. That's a good man. Good man, belligerent ideas. What are they doing here? Let's see if they do bring it down. See, the Bears are attacking. Will they get it under? Because that would indicate that this was a top, and then this downward trend will be intact. As you can see, this formed on the 1 minute though. It slightly formed kind of like a head and shoulders. This is the head right there. This is the first corner of the shoulder. This is the second one. It's slightly not that perfect right here. And that indicates obviously a bearish action. So we'll see if that was the case. See, look, the bottom of that candle is almost finishing in about 20 seconds. We'll see if they were able to bring it here, or if the bulls were able to turn that to the upside and actually change the direction of this movement. Because if they don't, then that means, hey, the bears are in full control. Let's see, while that is happening, oh look, yeah, see that? Yep. Let's see what's happening with our favorite stock. AMC. 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 There's not much. We need to reclaim this 436 level at that line. This is a major support for us. You guys remember about a month ago when we had one of the lives and I was showing you moving averages and stuff like that and what we could expect and all this stuff. As you can see, we drew this line literally from a month ago, the 431.06 line, and I was like, we need to stay above that in order for us to have a shot at obviously going back up to try to go ahead and claim breaking the 200-day moving average and form a golden cross on the longer time frame, which is important. As you can see here, we were that close. Whatever they did right here today, this huge sell-off red big candle brought us through under, because we were on our way to, with momentum, to cross, and perhaps within next week maybe some sort of news gets reported or something, which is still in play obviously here, to keep us above that, and that would definitely form a golden cross if we confirm anywhere in this area in the upper fours, upper fives, lower fives. Then that would confirm, at least on the near term, that we are holding that, and eventually that would be considered a golden cross if we come back. Because one thing that we need to do to be more safe about a golden cross, here, let's draw something. You guys are gonna be like, oh, here goes AB drawing again. I know, my terrible drawing. It's okay. It's cool. You guys can call me out for it. If we break that 448 level, and next thing you know, we're up here, for example. Let's say we break and we land somewhere in this area. In around 467. One thing I'll be, forgot that this thing, once you click it, it's gonna keep going until you click it again. All right, we get up to here in the 460s. And once we are up here, what could happen is I would like to see us come back down, and to be safe, to officially say that, okay, yeah, we did make a golden cross. Retest. And once we retest, what I would love to see is us after that doing this. If we do that, at that point, this is where I could comfortably say, yes, we are in a golden, we did form a golden cross, and let's see where this happens. At that point, breaking out of everything that we've been in, changing the trend that we have been in for over almost literally 2 years, it's going to be massive. That's what you break out of a bull flag and a descending wedge. That's when you go for massive runs, not just like some movement here and there. No, massive shit. So we'll see what is happening here. As you guys can see, it's like the bears are trying to literally do what I was telling you guys earlier that they're going to try to go for. And then oh, absolute ghost town in here. Come on. Choose a direction. Let me delete these lines. It looks like they are following the same thing we have been drawing. At the same time, let's move some of these indicators as well. See a little more clarity. Want to move this guy and this guy. Let's keep the 50-day moving average. Yep, see? It is indeed a bearish trend. Again, such a far range. I have a huge feeling that eventually, like, they're gonna try to get it back down to here. They don't break underneath this, and it'll be very important, crucially important, or in other words, very interesting to see how this will play out. Will the bulls break throughout this descending wedge on the daily? That you see this line of coming down, and then this support line right here. If they break out of that to the upside, they could perhaps also come back toward the end of the day today and retest breaking that, or fighting through that 451. Let's see what are you guys saying in here. Maybe I could go for a classic Super Bowl rematch. 49ers versus Bengals. Thoughts? Good question. Actually, that's cool to step away from the stock talk for a second. Well, there's many sites or places that have the Bengals coming back to the Super Bowl and perhaps even winning it this year. They made a lot of interesting decisions. I still think that, you know, you can never count out clearly the Chiefs, the Super Bowl winners. It's interesting to see how they completely behave throughout the season. The Bengals have the drive. They went and capitalized more on protecting Burrow a lot more. So, which will be a big difference maker in the upcoming, you know, season, because being like that was a crucial thing last year. Even though they made it all the way up to the AFC Championship game, protecting Burrow happens to be for the past 2 years the most crucial thing that you could arguably say that kind of got the Bengals to lose either the Super Bowl in the year before and then the AFC Championship this past season. It's you saw it in the Super Bowl with the Rams. Aaron Donald on that final play just ran right through in sacks and screws up Burrow. And then last year you saw that both Patrick Mahomes, of course, he's just crazy with the way that he plays and all that. I mean, you could make arguably a bigger, crazier case for the Super Bowl itself with the Eagles of how that played out and all that stuff. Of course, I think that all the theatricals of, oh, my leg is cramping and his leg was messed up and all that, I think that's a little too, you know, kind of, if I personally think it's a little too pushed out of proportion. However, you know, the rings speak and the wins speak, so that basically the Super Bowl winners are the Chiefs, and it is what it is. Doesn't matter how they did it, but they did it. Now, if next year I have my eyes or my eyesight on somebody, it's going to be, of course, the Bengals. You can't count them out. Can't count out the Chiefs. It's interesting to see how the Bills rebound, because they were one of the scarier teams actually this past season, all the way until you know, they you know, in the playoffs, and it was just not the same Bills that you've seen throughout the season. So that's one. The Bills, then of course my Packers unfortunately are going to be in a rebuild zone. Period. It's interesting to see how the Jets perform now with Aaron Rodgers under the helm, and because they were a pretty good team last year. They were just a quarterback away from being a much better team, you know, like going further. So it's interesting to see how that goes. Honestly, it could go any way. I just have to see how it all plays out in the beginning, so I can see what every team is doing and how every team has like I want to be able to see the holes in each team's game first, see who could exploit what. Every year is different. Hey, Yakov Brita, what's up, my friend? Yeah, I'm a cheesehead fan for sure. I have two teams. I have the Packers and the Bengals. I grew up Bengals fan, but I'm a cheesehead only mainly because, again, the simple fact that the Packers are the you know, one of the only organizations, if not the only organization, that is mainly owned by the shareholders and not by some particular individual. I like that, you know. That's the world we live in. That's the America that I like, and therefore that's what I would like for us to have. So that's mainly why I'm a fan of the cheeseheads. And plus, there's a lot of other things that go in, like Lombardi and, you know, Coach Lombardi, and going back into history and all that kind of stuff. As long as there was a stretch when I was a kid, actually when I was a Ravens fan, all right, being in the AFC, arch nemesis of the Bengals, but mainly because I really liked. There was a running back called Jamal Lewis at the time, and Jamal Lewis was like I just liked the way he ran the ball, bruising running back, uh, and then he was just I liked his game. Of course, you can't go without looking at Terrell Suggs, Ed Reed, and Ray Lewis, and that's why I was like kind of like a fan over there for that, because those four players I just mentioned were like wow. And of course, they had a great story with Joe Flacco being, the quarterback coming from a small program and then going that far or that deep. That was extremely, extremely like cool to witness. I'm always rooting for the underdog. So it was a cool thing to see. Okay, now this is where moment of truth happens. They are coming, like I told you guys, down to meet at this 449.73 level. Breaking underneath it means and holding anywhere between this. I'll give it until probably 449.50. If the Bears were able to break through that 449.50, then I will collect all my profits at that point and say thank you for this week. Hasta la vista, baby. And probably I will go ahead and wait until the end of the day to exactly probably pile up so that I could see exactly that they will be gone next week to fill these gaps back here. So I can expect perhaps a red week just for the next week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. A little up and bouncing around the price action, filling gaps, going back up. It's earnings season, so you're going to have a lot of volatility happening, and this is why the VIX has been crucially important. But that will be seen next week and the week after. Let's see. What if AA was a shareholder? Of who? Of the Packers? Hey, again, it's not about one individual. If that's the case, Citadel is invested in AMC. They're shorting AMC, and they're also got some positions in AMC. Does that mean I gotta, love them now, or vice versa? No, you can't prevent anybody. So if he's invested in the Packers, hey, so what? Hell yeah, he's supporting the company or the team that I love. So that doesn't mean I gotta love him or hate him at that point. He's just a shareholder. At some point, I could love him for holding and buying more shares. At some point, I could hate him for selling his shares and probably bringing the team down. So it's just a business game at that point. It's not the team's fault if who invests in it. They can't control that. This is the part of the day where the market maker basically says, okay, I'm gonna screw all of you guys. The Bulls and the Bears. That's why it's important. That's why I said I love the AB USA trading strategy, because it's it kind of for the most part has a lot higher percentage of being less risky involved or exposed to the market maker algorithms throughout the day. So let's see. This is a crucial moment for the SPY. Does it break? Are we going to break? Yes, not a, yeah, I'm not gonna hate anyone. Hate is a big word. I agree. We're going, SPY. We're going. Where are we going? Look at that. AMC is at a deadlock in this 433 range. Volume is literally completely siphoned out of the market. Completely. It's a Friday. It's to be kind of expected. Most people are collecting their profits. The institutions, the market maker, all collecting profits on the day. The crazy part here is that Tesla is literally almost just like literally made a high on the day, and the SPY is still lagging behind. Who's really screwing? Because the SPY is exposed to Tesla a lot. Let me see who's screwing the SPY. Amazon, not that much, is doing good so far still. Let's look at Apple, the biggest of SPY's exposure. We might have found the rotten tooth here, guys. Look at that. Apple is hurting. They made some good news today. Apparently they're making a rolling phone, not like they're putting a patent on a rolling iPhone or Apple phone. I don't know what that's going to be good for, but we'll see. Nvidia is running away. Oh my God. We will talk about this, by the way. We will talk about this. In fact, let's talk about this right now. Let's see first. Is Apple going to rebound? Hey, Apple, rebound. What are you doing here? You're bringing down my SPY with you. Okay, so look at these swings in NVIDIA. Being opening up and then being in the low around 465.83, and then swinging up all the way to 480. Then you're talking about, again, like in 40 cents, $15 swings here. This is the same stock that literally just about 3 weeks ago was dancing with 380, 390, going up to the bottom 400s and going right back under. Look at all these gaps that the NVIDIA has to fill. That down in the 461 range, it has to. Let me turn off these indicators so you can see better. See, right there, there's one. In the meantime, I'll tell you guys what's up with these lines right here. So there's one right there, one right there, one right here, one right here, one right here, one right here. For the most part, this almost got filled, but it didn't. And a huge one right here from the, believe it or not, the bottom 300s. Now, this does not mean that this will happen tomorrow, okay, guys? But I have no doubt that NVIDIA, no inch in my body, and no doubt as like in me that says that this will not retest these levels right here. So I will be in play for eventually NVIDIA falling down from grace all the way up to the mid, like, you know, the early part or the lower part of the 300s to fill these gaps up before it goes back up again, which will probably coincide with the markets correcting somewhere in the later part of the year. How will I know? When will that happen? Well, there's a bunch of levels that has to be filled first. SPY could break through this channel and continue to make higher highs and make new all-time highs, as it's making, like as it made a new one today at 480. And then eventually when it comes down to break to cover this, it will be important to see us break out of this overall channel right here. Once this channel is completely broken, then I can see it falling from grace. And most likely this will coincide with the markets being completely rebound, like in a rebound mode, to you know, correct all these crazy runs left and right and fill all these gaps in almost every stock out there. So stay tuned. Look at that. They retested. They brought the SPY down to that level that I was telling you guys about, and it's bouncing around it. So the bulls try to recover. Right now, the bears are saying, we're gonna hold you here and try to bring you down under. It's crucial. It's crucial moments right now. Bloco, I was counting on that to put my puts in the money. For which one? The SPY or for Nvidia? And let's see. I still have some runners. 451, 20th of July. Hopefully next week we continue to run. Oh, as far as for the SPY, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. This is important. SPY. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you are in the money now, my friend. As far as for the SPY, yes, this is why belligerent ideas is important to see what happens here. In my humble opinion, again, I'm not a guru by all means, but let's see what happens. It looks like they're retesting that again now. What happens? What doing here? Break under for 49.72 or do bounce off of it? Looks like they will break through it. They got all the momentum. The indicators are indicating so. But will they completely hold that? That's to be seen. Second. Is high. Yep, see, they broke through it. They need to get a confirmation. It's almost like a sad sight to see the Bulls end right now. They're like, no, fight freedom. You guys remember that Mel Gibson movie Braveheart? And this is what the Bulls look like right now. Good movie. See if they do it. The Bulls are saying we don't want this to be the case. We want it to be a triple bottom. And triple bottom means bad things for the Bears, which I would like. So let's go, Bulls. Please break this trend right here. We need to see it go above this range right there so we can say that this was probably the last attempt at breaking this lower level. So we'll see if that's the case. If not, that could easily be right there, just Bears letting, like, you know, reloading their artillery so that the Bulls came in that same time, used all theirs, and now the Bears will actually slam them down, body slam them down in a very aggressive manner. Yeah, that volume, right? Oh, they're loading up. And like I said, it's looking like it's more heading for this day toward the Bears direction. And again, if it ends being under, that most likely tends to be the beginning of next week. And no doubt in my system do I believe that the SPY will just continue to go down or break down from this point on out. Personally, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I do believe that if it does close down, then in the early part of next week, Monday, Tuesday, / probably Wednesday, it will be too busy trying to fill all these gaps down here that it have formed in the past few days or so, in the past week or so. Uh-oh. 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 Is it a raging bull? Is it a raging one? Tell me, baby. This needs to go up, above, further. Need to see another big one like this one to confirm a new trend change. Otherwise, this is just a raging bull for now, but then the Bears are all sharpening their claws now around the corner saying, we were hungry. Welcome to the party. Oh man, I am too comical. Think for my own good, huh? Ah, come on. Come on. There's been liquidity grabs all day. Run them smack down before highs. Yes. It's an injured bull. Yes, Pabloco. Oh, you guys are hilarious. Uh-oh. Is this a doji candle? Come on. Green? No red? Ah. If this caps it off right here, then again, we are not anywhere yet. Huh? This bull did he come with a friend? Did he come with a random friend or maybe a couple? Are they trying to run a coup? Let's see. it'll be determined right here. The bears are well ready for that. Now let's see again what's happening up here. With the Google's still up, Nvidia is still dancing in that same area. Apple rebounding, so that explains why we just had that little bull action. So let's see here if Apple continues to run. Again, the SPY is mostly like infused with Apple. So what happens with Apple most of the times tend to be the case to happen with the SPY. Look at that. Look at that. Some major action right here in Apple is forming, which means if we look at the SPY here, look at that. Yeah, same thing is happening. This game is beautiful, man. I love this game. I love trading. Tell me, baby. Micken, what's up, my friend? Fed up. I thought today was going to be a green day. It could still be very well be the case, my friend. Look at that. Look at that. Apple's running right there. Major. See, that also equals same thing for SPY. Let's go. But that's not enough still. You gotta break this trend up there. This could just be a liquidity grab and pulling off the selling pressure, and then the bears could easily come from a much stronger position now and push down. What do you say, Pabloco? You're in the opposition of us right now. Yeah, look, Apple is experiencing the same thing. Oh, damn you, Apple. Let's look. Okay, this is Apple's range right here. This is where the fight will come down to at 189.58, which is a little bit below where the low that happened earlier on Apple. So we'll see if the bulls will allow that fight to go down all the way down there, and then another battle to the upside or to the downside. We'll see at that point if this is broken. If this level down here is broken, then it's next week you gotta say welcome gap fillers. Also happened with the SPY. and you'll be saying a bottom, perhaps somewhere around some of these gaps to be filled. Could be up and down throughout the week. Mostly probably be down to fill up these gaps, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to definitely be interesting next week. How today end will indicate to me what I should be jumping into for early part of next week at least. We got a doji right there, signals a reversal. Let's see, to the upside or to the downside. Since it was already to the upside, it could perhaps be to the downside. Where's Apple? Nvidia is also going through the downer. Apple's back in the red. Screw you, Apple. Screw you. Amazon is down. Is doing cool. Tesla. Oh, look, Tesla is just running, man. You know, they got earnings next week, guys. I believe it's next Wednesday after hours. You got to be careful with earnings. Even though it's been doing great, that doesn't necessarily mean it will be running, even if it was good earnings, because most of the times what would happen is that all that information would have already been priced in somewhere here, and it would be the opposite. They could release some weird news saying that, yeah, even though they beat deliveries and all that stuff, but their operation such and such, or their plant in Hong Kong or whatever got screwed or whatever, and then it would replace, just for that week, it would kill options and people who are playing them like mercilessly. So it will be important to know that you have to keep all that stuff in, packed down. You got to look at these, like here, let's look. We're looking at Tesla right now. It's making all these highs, and it could all be the earnings being reacted to right here a week before. As we see, Tesla has some gaps to also fill, like again, almost every chart, and it could be the part right there where the gap gets filled. The only thing that really made Tesla run crazy now right here is that, as you can see, we had a cup and handle right there, like a cup, and there's the handle, and then eventually it carried on to that. A lot of people don't give cup and handles rightful justice, but it's very, very, very important. It's one of the most bullish indicators that are out there. People sometimes read them wrong, and that's why they don't work as perfect. But especially when you see it on a longer time frame form, then that move is going to be much more bullish and much more strong than as you can see, like if you see it just on, like, for example, on a daily or something, that you can't see much on a daily. So yeah, they can use next week's earnings to either continue to gap up. I have no doubt in me as well that the Tesla would most likely continue to shoot up to make higher highs along with the rest of the market until, oops, I almost dropped my mouse. Uh-oh, this is lagging action. This means a reversal almost, guys. This could indicate a reversal in the in the movement, in the price action. Let's see. To either direction. To infinity and beyond. There's the bears. I almost felt like they were gone for a second. But they're coming in with power. Now let's see if this stops right here somewhere. The bulls are letting them come in. And if that happens, then that could indicate, yes, a reversal for the price, and the bulls could at least have another chance at trying to break this blue line up here. Let's see what's happening with Apple real quick again. Apple's in a downer. Could change all of a sudden. Let's see what's happening with Nvidia. Nvidia is also looking almost just like Apple for the meantime. Still in the green. 2% in the green. That's crazy, man. It's what goes up too high, too fast, comes down even faster. That's the way that the world works, my friends. Let's look at AMC. AMC gained a cent on the day on since 4:33, past almost hour. Every penny matters, guys. Today is Collect Profits Day. You can see it all over. The market maker is literally thriving right now. Between the bulls and the bears, he's canceling so many strike prices out of the way before he can let one go over the other. He's making so much money right now. You see how the algorithm is completely watered down right now. Let me see the options chain on the puts. Holy smokes. So they really want that 49 or 49. See the calls. Wow. They want the 451 and 452. This is interesting. This is interesting at the very least. See this right here, this action being sideways, this shows you that we're gonna have a small, we're in between like a consolidation zone where aside like it's a trend reversal is gonna happen, whether to the downside or to the upside. So let's see who breaks out of this channel, to which direction, which will dictate and tell a lot. Look at that. Look at that. Yep. Seems that they chose their direction, people. Look. Wow. Wow. That is a momentum candle, people. Pabloco, you should be really happy to see this one. Because when this one happens, a lot smaller ones like these follow. Let's see. Number one son, how are you, my friend? Nice to see you in here. Nice to see you in here. I've been out for a little while, so thank you for welcoming me back in. Let's go. Moment of truth now for either side. Pabloco, boom. Mr. McCohen, how are you, my friend? Hey, the Zen holder, what's up? Nice to catch you in here, brother. The belligerent ideas, ouch. You felt that. You felt Pabloco's hit. Again, we will see if this forms either a triple bottom or, you know, the bears, if they're not successful with bringing this down below this 449.52 range, it's going to be very, very, very interesting at the very least to say that the bulls might actually pull this off and break completely up out of this, because It is not like, maybe a good scalping point right there. But again, this is dangerous territory right here. For anybody who wants to either come in or not, they need to wait for more confirmation before jumping in. This is just my humble opinion, okay? Of course, everybody's got their own ways of technicals and how they go about things. Look at that. And this is, even though you see this huge green action, this is in a way somewhat good for the bears, a little more than the bulls, because this shoots up like the buying pressure, which means the bears, all they have to do now is like, okay, they let the bull in, now they can bring them down, unless this level was respected. And now you would at that point have it formed a triple bottom on the day. And the triple bottom is one of the most leading indicators for an uptrend. So it's very, very, very interesting at the very least to say what happens here. I feel like we're calling an NBA game or an NFL game. Apple dropping two. Okay, belligerent ideas. I'm about to go look at it. Zen Holder for Tachylacitus. Good video you just dropped. I just butchered the name again. Sorry. I can't wait to go and actually view that. Number One Son has really good content and is really, really cool to listen to. One of my places to go. Coinbase formed a bottom. They gave up. Oh, look at that. Fell from the 114 high down to about 104. That's a put haven right there. That's a lot of money right there to be made. Nvidia is also coming down. Ooh. Oh, this is going to be crucial. Are they going down to close the that gap in between? Right there, down at 461. That's going to be interesting. Apple. Okay, they had that one push, and now the bears are coming back at him with work. See. Siphoned volume, literally. And let's look at Amazon, still around the same area. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla is still running. Gun-ho. AMC, still where it's at. That's the main reason why, as you guys can see, the SPY have not, like Pabloco and Relentless Ideas. See, belligerent ideas, sorry, not relentless. This is why the SPY is not really like either ramping up to the upside or either falling off the face of a cliff, at least for this moment, or at least for this past few couple of hours since the open. It's because it's been mixed. So like they're mostly exposed to Apple, and you see this is why the SPY is down, but still agreeing on the day, right? Why? Because it's also exposed to a bunch of other stocks, like Tesla is ripping, and it's right now you see it is going out of control, which is what is keeping the SPY right here. Same thing with Nvidia. It's what also is keeping the SPY up here. Now, if Apple was to stay here, and stay in the red action and continue to sell off. And the other two, like Nvidia, or the other bunch like Nvidia, Amazon, Microsoft, perhaps Netflix and Tesla, were to start winding down completely and also get into the red, then that would indicate you will definitely see at that point a whole force, the mighty force of the bears coming down and the sell-off on just about the SPY, on everything else as well. You will see the SPY get hurt real bad, real fast. And it has a lot to do with this right here. The DXY index, and that's the dollar, has been rebounding today after one of its worst performances in the past couple years. Yesterday was one of the worst days ever. Cherry pickers of data. But dude, this music makes me want to go running. That's a good thing then. Let's see. Amazon still golden. Tesla pulling back a little bit, but still again in that high range. Let's see what's happening with Meta. That's another one that is hurting the SPY also. Facebook fallen off from the high of 314 down to where it's at now. It's important to see. That's interesting to see what happens with Meta. Will it continue to fall down to 310 and 70 cents, which was the low on the day? It's not too far away from that. But doing that also with having Apple falling down, and perhaps the other stocks like Nvidia and Tesla starts going also at the same time down, will definitely have a huge implication on a downtrend with the spot for the SPY, aka S&P 500. Let's see. This is a weakening moment also for the SPY. Look, will Nvidia go down to try to fix that gap right there? That would crucially hurt the SPY. Coinbase is on a down mission to the downside. Look, Nvidia is trying to fight that and trying to hold that as support and not turn it into resistance for the bears. This is huge sell-off action right there, which could indicate that Nvidia actually can make a rebound right now. Okay, Apple. Whoa, Apple, what doing? That's huge right there. Good enough. We need this to be up. Wow, the volume literally has been siphoned away until further notice. Uh, 433 for AMC, 2311 on GME. On 13 average volumes, 33 million. So far, no crazy bangers for the day. As a Friday always is like, for the most part. Finishes out subpar, green action. Who knows? I would be extremely honestly shocked if this thing turns and makes a reversal. For the most part, even go even crazier and like break these levels up here and retest the 451 range. That I mean, nothing is too impossible for the market maker. But it's gonna be extremely hard for the bulls to accomplish that feat on their own, at least. Yep, so far still the Bears are in control. Ever since they broke out of this channel when I showed you guys this, they indicated that the upcoming trend is going to be a bear one. And as you can see now, look at that. Another major action. Will they be able to break this, support level, or will it not successfully go through? We'll see now. Big part of me kind of wants to see exactly what happens here, so get it over with. Either we move down, I get out, or we rebound, and obviously it's a different situation. So let's see. Uh-oh. There's the Bears. There's the Bears. Looks like it is happening. Looks like they're doing it. See if confirmation happens over there. That's why right there, as you can see, Tesla. What did I tell you guys? So like, as you can see, you would have, it was at least some of these stocks that were holding the SPY up. But when Apple's down, and now you got Tesla going down, most likely you'll see here probably Amazon is barely still hanging in there, but also so when it all comes down at the same time, that's what you tend to get. The SPY running down very hard, very fast. Let's see, what are you doing, NVIDIA? Oh, NVIDIA has broken through that. It looks like they are going down to try to retest that 4621 level, or at least cover that gap. 4621.37. So now you'll see, once the bulls retest this level, will they break back up, change the trend, keep this support, or will they turn, the bears will turn this into resistance for the bulls, and then most likely, obviously, going into even perhaps next week, you'll see the SPY going down to cover gaps that it made throughout the week. See, here's why I always say look at confirmation. So, okay, it broke this level. However, market makers, because people put stop losses and buy orders or buying orders, that's when the market makers always, this is why I always say look for confirmations, because, and it has to be in certain also levels. Of course, you can't just sit there and wait all day and see if it rebounds or not. For the most part, looks like this, yes, there's going to be down movement. The SPY, if anything, might come back to close right at that resistance at 449.52 somewhere, and be like 1 cent in the profit or in the green, or it could be much more red, like down, who knows, a dollar or so down to the 448 level. But it's important to see the confirmation first before you finally say, you know what, yep, I know what is going to happen here, and let's do what we got to do. So for me, I'm waiting to see right here. See what's happening with Tesla. Also, Tesla is coming down hard, and Amazon still, yeah, it's moving fairly slowly down as well. And you could see that this clearly have broken through this wedge, as you can see there, and this, and now it's remaining to be seen if obviously the bulls can reclaim this fairly quickly. If it doesn't, and this turns again down to red, and that will be the kind of stay tuned, my friends, for the bulls. And that's where stop, of course, losses, and people would be like saying, you know what, no, this is a good place to get out, because I am not gonna sit there and wait and all that stuff. Because again, if you're in a profitable position, that's when you get in, that's when you get confirmations. These levels show you all you need to know. I'm trying to look at the calendar year, economic calendar. There isn't much today. After 10 there was not much. Bob Loco just sent me, this is the bears attacking The bulls today. All right, let's look at the options chain over here and see what is happening. Ah, come on. Dictate what you want to do. No volume whatsoever. Let's see. The 445 and wow. Completely halted. Come on, retest this line. Show me if you're going to break through it or you're going to not be able to successfully break through. So therefore, I can call it a day and go on my weekend. There we go on that retest, as I'm saying. Okay, breakthrough. Is it a full rebound? Will you claim your support again? Or no? Spy, show me what you're gonna do. I'm not gonna lie, the Bears look like they're gonna stomp right back on them right now. They just gave them a chance to breathe, and then now they're gonna push down hard. And this plays well for the market maker. This is where the market maker basically algorithm makes money and kills people left and right. Because as you can see, they see that this is putting so much money into the Bears put side. Next thing you know, they cool it off. Now the buying pressure, they come in, they buy, their algorithms buys in, and it goes on this side. But again, there are certain levels to keep basically respected. And that's why they dance around this, and that way they can kill both sides, like the calls and the Bears, as much as they can, until obviously they form their sweet spot. Okay, this is crucial. 449.73 needs to be broken. He's like, yeah, just taking a breath. That's exactly what it is. RIM AGTX has been suspended for 30 minutes. All right. Sleek design of the iPhone and now want to roll out dirty tissue version. Oh man. Alice, good afternoon to you, my friend. Nice to see you again. Sorry for the past few days. Thank you, Nana Ape. Smash that like button, my dear, wonderful family members. Apes. Pabloco is playing the role of the bad guy today. He's Denzel Washington on training day today. Oh man. Oh, 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 come on. Break through there so we can consider a change of trends. Who is doing this? Who's the cause of this? Let me see. Tesla still going down. So it's the seesaw effect. Somebody else is taking over. Most likely it's probably Apple. Oh, not so much. Just a little bit. Is it NVIDIA? No. Which looks like this is all a facade for the meantime. Definitely not Facebook. Yep. Abloco, you are for now you are correct. Taking a breather. So that the bears can come back pushing real hard. It sounded wrong. Like they're trying to claim it right back in now. Down, 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 down. Bum, bum, bum. 120. What a day. What a day in the markets. It's interesting that it broke out of this wedge. To see what exactly happens now, though, it's really, really interesting. Because it doesn't necessarily make a higher high, but it broke out of that wedge, and now we just want to, if you want to be very precise, or you want to be very conservative of a trader, and you don't like to let go of even a single dollar in gains or whatever, you always want to see confirmation before you make full decisions. I gotta get used to this new mouse. Keep clicking other tabs. More drunk action. No, with no volume. This is the tab right now. Everything is running on the tab of the market maker right now, saying this is my time. Okay. AMC down a penny. So there's GME. Look at these other. Everybody's collecting profits throughout the market because of all these highly inflated stocks throughout the day. See, Nvidia did go down, as I told you guys. Look, first it tried to regroup over there, but it's filling up this gap. This is going to be interesting to see if it breaks through this to go down to try to fill up yet another gap that it made down here earlier this week at 439, which is going to be very scary to see. Which I wholeheartedly believe if this level is not respected here, and they break underneath it, then you'll be seeing that probably next week. Literally nothing. Nada. Apple. It looks more like a devoured apple right now. Apple's volume is also extremely disgusting. Very low. They're not even halfway of their average volume daily. And you're easily, you can see that we have less than 3 hours left in the trading session. A trend reversal. Uh-oh. Oh, moment of truth. Looks like this could be it right here for either side. Much love to everybody, by the way, for tuning in. I've missed you, all of you guys, past few days. You can blame it on the coffee. Blame it on the coffee. I hate boring days like this. I love the action. I don't care up or down. We want to see volatility. I love volatility. Again, all of that is because of the dollar going up. It is reclaiming, it's trying to reclaim that 100, which was on the high of the day, which is where the Feds would like it to be, and above that. Tell me. See, it looks like another consolidation range, similar to this range right here earlier, before the, like consolidation, boom, 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 and then major rip down. Looks like that's forming up right here as well. Consolidation and perhaps another leg down. That will make sure that the bulls can't come back to reclaim this again. Or the bulls will say, I don't think so, break through this level, and now the bears are going to be stunned so badly and hurt to the point where they're like, we don't know what to do. Oh, here, what do you want? 451? You can have it. Oh, man. Let's see what happens. Any questions about any stocks that anybody wants to know of or wants to look at while we're looking at this showdown happening in the market? Yep. Let's see. I gotta get a different chair, man. This thing is not comfortable anymore. Gotta get a different chair. I shall share it. Wow, Caravana squandered all the gains that it had today. That's crazy. It went to 41. See these two big green momentum candles? This is just market maker right here. In my humble opinion, making sure that obviously one end, like the bears, are not taking too much advantage of the bulls and dropping it too low so that many contracts won't go too, too deep in the money. He wants to consolidate throughout the day. That's when he comes in and sees when one end is moving too far and an advantage. He comes in and does this, but then he makes sure that it's not too much help for the bulls. And as you can see here, those levels of resistance were respected. Just gave him a little push, heated up the RSIs, and the next thing you know, he let go, and then he basically the bears are right back at it again. And same thing here as well. Help, bring it up, respecting the resistance levels, step out of the way, let them do their thing again. But now it's interesting because again, similar to between these candles right here, here, and here, there's been consolidation range and seeing who's going to win each scrimmage between both sides. So let's see. And of course, if he sees bulls suddenly making a huge thing going forward, he's definitely not going to be shy to step in and say, you know what, no. Relax. So he can let it go further and further until the end of the day. He can probably let it run into whichever direction he loads up on, or most institutes will load up on, to go against, obviously, retail investors or whoever else is in. They choose at the end of the day where this will entirely go. See, they're still consolidating in this range. We need this line up there to be broken. It's fewer bull to have a shot at, obviously, first we need to break through this. Then we need to continue through that to actually show that it's a new continuous trend of higher highs and higher lows, which is, again, an indication of a reversal for the second part of the evening. They're doing it. Come on, bully, bully. Who's it here? Let's see. JP Morgan and BlackRock have earnings next week. Didn't they have it today? Hold on, I must be confused here or something. It wasn't BlackRock's today, and JP Morgan's. Nana Ape, a Doc Zeno. So which one here is Doc Zeno, masked as a different character? Oh, 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 are they doing it? Do it to it. Do it to it. Do it to it. I like it. That's why it's important to always look for confirmation, people, because again, it's not over yet, but it's important because again, the market makers will reach out of the support and resistance levels to grab all these sell orders to put people in the bottom, and then when it goes out, they'll be like, man, look at this. Like as soon as I got out of the play, that's when it went back to the other direction. Like this is so bull BS. All right. Now it could rebound to down, like resell right down to probably somewhere around here. It's going to be important, perhaps even this level in this zone, and then push through to break through this ultimate wedge right here, which means a lot of good things for bulls for the second part of the day. Tesla, not regrouping so well. It just had that run, but nowhere yet. So we'll keep that right there. Amazon is still in a slight sell-off mode. Microsoft is back in the green. Netflix dragging the SPY down with it. But looks like it's going to have a different change right now. It might be actually going up soon. Let's see. Meta had its rebound and now it's going right back down again. This was helping the SPYs move just a little bit ago. We'll see how far that or how long that lasts. Apple is still on drunk duty. That's why the SPY is not either ripping or falling from the face of Earth right away yet. So this will dictate a lot. NVIDIA is still trying to test this major support for itself. Then who knows, perhaps it will, break down to the downside in a major way, or it could reverse and continue to go back up, position itself for next week. Okay, here it goes. Let's see. Did they push up again? Higher than that previous run right there. That would indicate, again, a reversal on at least the trend, the short-term trend of the SPY's movement. someone hide a Doc Zeno? Someone hid as Doc Zeno. Ah, so who is it, Nana Ape? Don't worry, don't worry, Doc Zeno. We AB doesn't hold grudges for forever and all that stuff. In fact, I don't hold grudges at all. I think it's bad for the person who's holding them. Now everybody's like, "Whoa, what happened? There's beef. They got smoke." No, there isn't. There isn't. It is what it is, right? Come on, confirm a rebound right here, a reversal. We are good peoples. Doxino, if you're in here, we're good peoples. Aha, it is indeed a rebound. Let's see how long that lasts. Yes, see, Apple's rebounding too. Let's go. Let's see if it breaks through that wedge right there. I mean, the indicators are running hot right now, so it needs to cool off. It's understandable, as I told you guys. Now you could probably see this met right there around this resistance right there, and then, or even perhaps right there, come down. As long as it doesn't break below this resistance right there and or support, then it's still moving. It's going to be still looking golden moving forward. Literally, Apple's chart is almost a replica of the spice, or vice versa. Nvidia still consolidating. Something is going to happen with Nvidia really soon. Either a rebound and like a really nice bullish way, or a break below this 461 37 level. Uh-oh, this looks like it's the end of the run, folks, for Apple. And in other words, also the SPY, maybe. Let's see. Said Nana Ape said you don't know it was held for review. I don't see anything on my end. Hmm, weird. What did it do, Pabloco? Maybe you can shed some light. What's happening? What is happening while we're watching this reversal? Is it a full-on reversal? still going to be important to break that resistance line. It's either that or a dead cat bounce. Moving along. Nvidia, see, it broke out of that, but still not fully confirmed yet. It's got to go right back into that range for it to be out of the gloom and doom. Uh-oh, there's the berry. There's Pabloco. There's Pabloco coming in with a bang too. Okay, where's Meta? Meta is still on the red. Got to rebound down here. See where it goes. Nvidia, Apple eating that up, which means the SPY would most likely be doing the same if it ends this way. Nope, tends to be bears right there, which means it's going to be the same case right down here if I'm not wrong. I'm not. Some RSI cool off action. Let's look at Tesla. Amazon is just consolidating the same, dancing around the same range. On the 1 minute, there's a double or a bottom, which is interesting, but that's not indicative enough except for just short term, since it's a very short indicator time frame. See, if you look at the 5 minute or the 30 minute, you can't see it. It's very choppy here. Tesla really did not successfully close this gap here on a day, which happened in the beginning of this week. It was testing it yesterday and has been ripping since. So maybe next week this becomes the trend, the downtrend, and next week will be the filler. Looks like it's bracing for another showdown right now. Showdown of what? Breakdown or a higher high? Oh, shoot. We got to take this indicator off. It's still highlighted, so it's drawing stuff. Like, what is it doing? There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Will this be the end of the bull's hope up here, or will this be a cooling off at this support level range right here to further squeeze through? So remember, guys, earlier in the chat, in the stream right around here when I told you guys that we have that wedge and we could possibly, the market maker could bring it down, squeeze it throughout the end of the day until we see perhaps which side it will break into or which side they want to roll into. That basically is the sweet spot for them. And that's when you will see the damage, being done to either one of the sides. Because right here it will form a double top on the day on a 1 minute chart, which means bulls can't successfully break through this. Means bears will have a lot more power to come right back down on them. So it will show really fairly soon. I got you, Nana Ape. I see. See, now they're meeting that line. This is the showdown area again. Uh, Microsoft still up in the green, barely. Let's see, what have we here? Tesla, still trying to rebound from that, continue to make higher highs. AMC and GME are still in the same location. Amazon is looking like Tesla right now. The SPY is trying. The bulls are like, I'm literally. It's a sad sight to almost see, honestly. But it's also beautiful to see the grit. And literally, they're peeking above it. Like, that's one soldier. Like, I see the other side. Uh, let's see. And also, we got Ape is down 5%, which is pretty hefty on the day. Netflix still down 1%. Meta, guess it rebounded on this bottom right here. We'll see what happens here. And Apple, let's see if it makes higher highs, continues. Literally, Apple's another SPY chart almost. It's nasty how the volume has been siphoned. And watch it all come in at the end of the day, like at the last hour and an hour from now. all come in at once, whether it's down to the downside, obviously, or to the upside, but the volume will come in. Nvidia is also, the brakes have been pumped on it. Under throttle. All right. So that one soldier came out with a unit above the other side. He's saying like, okay, guys, let's protect that. Let's protect that area. Let's protect that area and continue to make advances. Can't make any promises because the technical, the indicators are extremely running hot. Like the RSI is way overbought. And we will have to see exactly if they, when they are cooling off now, will they be able to still push off and continue to claim higher highs, or will the trend be over? And of course, it'll be a new trend to the downside. The bears will reclaim their vicious cycle of the day. There we go. It's expected right there. That's what the bears do. As long as they respect this line, then the rebound is still on the table. Is the music over? It is. Let's see if we have something different here. Bull, bull, bull. Word Mel on the day. Let's see what's happening with Apple. Same thing, consolidating. Oh, Apple looks like it's trying to go through a change of trends. It's interesting. See if it does. Nvidia still has not either broken out of this consolidation zone or not. They're going to go push them down to try to retest this support level, or will they break through that resistance up there and then get back into the way that they were moving throughout the day, which is all the way up in these areas? You could easily see the consolidation here, that they're consolidation in this what I call the supply zone. Yeah, so one has to give. Either this breaks out of that zone, and then at that point you could expect probably going into next week that it will be a retracement week, very volatile. Beginning of the week, covering empty spaces, and then end of the week, perhaps rebounding. It's all going to be remaining to be seen. Major lag spot. Literally, like, the market maker is dumping so much water on the action to make sure it gets to the top of the hour so he can burn as much more premiums or time decay from the extrinsic value of options, whether it's the calls or the ups or the puts. How is everybody doing today? What are your guys' plans for the weekend? Before we talk about what's happening with the crypto world. See this side right here? The high on the dollar day, which was a not the high on the day, but at least this run down here to here, and now it's structuring itself, or basically rebounding, and people are collecting profits. Now it's at 99.91. From this moment on out, down here, it's what basically, as you can see, gave life to this point right here. Look, now there's a lot more action. Let's see. The bears are trying to push it back into this wedge. They do not want, they want this to be their zone. The 450 and 09, they want that to be their resistance. All right, Nana 8. I like what you're exactly the actual order of what you're gonna do. It's a good movie. Sounds of Silence. It's gonna be very harsh, though. I would say definitely it's gonna be like, it's gonna affect you in a way, but it's definitely a must-watch. And let's see, it's a very important topic that needs to be covered, and awareness has to be pushed on that a lot more than where it's at in the world. In the grass and doing the grocery shopping, yeah, good for you. Hate that part of the equation. But kudos to you, Nanae. Let's see. Will bulls respect this and obviously open up an onslaught on the bears and push back up, or what? What we doing here, people? No, look at that. The true market maker right now is making his intentions very clear. Or have he? I see. You already knew for 5 years, right? That's how long. Yeah, it's actually been in the make. Like, they were trying to get it out. Looks like Nvidia is going to go to that place where they want it to go to retest. Apple is trying to fight. I don't think it's going to be successful, but let's see what happens here. Uptrend. If it doesn't fall underneath, this is Apple's case. Look, the bulls are saying, no, we want that level. We want to break over the 450 and 09 range. We'll continue moving up. Let us go through, or we'll take it by force. Let's see what happens. Still not out of the woodworks yet. But bears are saying, no, you're not gonna have this. Towards the end of the month, I think on the 22nd actually, or the 29th, no, it was the 29th, I think, is when the SPY gives out the dividend. Important timing, relatively like to what's happening. Let's see. Options chain here, what it's looking like. And that resistance is so stout. Which literally coincides with that huge action that happened, or that big momentum candle happened down here. That's how much that hurt the bulls. It was a major blow right there. Let's see. AMC Ape bought $500 worth at 430 for AMC, right? Compared to the prices that AMC was relatively trading at in the past, in this movement, in this lovely movement in the past few years, that's compared to that, that's a very great buy or grab. You know, relatively in the past when it was in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, um, it's a lot of people were like, you know, loving, you know, when it dropped from that point so they could average down. And again, compared to those prices at four, as you mentioned right there, 430, that's a major accomplishment. Of course, back then, the ape dividend slash not dividend was not in the picture and it did not actually incorporate. So when the market cap got slashed for AMC, it showed a lot more like now. So like it's overall for me, I would definitely love this. So later on before the market closed, perhaps at the in the after hours, I might go ahead and take from my profits from this and then jump into buying a little more of AMC shares, a little bit more GME too. He's like, yes, AMC. Like, can't you see the name? Okay, Batar's got a question. Monday is market open, and question mark. Yeah, yes, my friend. Let's see. Do we have any events happening on Monday? Let me look at my calendar here. I don't think there's anything, but let's just look. Another consolidation around the support level. Again, I hate this action because it's not picking a direction. Oh, it looks like there's yeah, there is Monday. Monday is on the table, my friend. I don't know if there's a holiday. What holiday? Is there a holiday, family? You guys let me know. Let me and Batar know. Come on, spy, pick a direction and go to it. Market maker, get out of the freaking way. Okay. Meta. Meta is making some, you know, trying to stay alive. Nvidia. Looks like they tried to bring it down unsuccessfully for the time being, and you know, it rebounded right there. It's respecting that support level right there. It's very strong. Apple still on this on the cusp of things. What is going on with the SPY? Same thing. It's cooling off right there. But it still has in that higher high and higher low in motion. It is still not out of the woodworks. It has to go up, but it looks like they're running out of artillery. The bulls are, pushing, but for what? Just all right. So crypto. Let's talk about some crypto while this boring action is happening right now. Let me see first what's happening here. Tesla, not much. AMC. Oh, look, we gained a cent from when we last looked. As you can see, the crypto market is now today is in a collect profits frenzy day because, of course, the markets rallied yesterday. It's not necessarily going to be, you see it in red, it's not the end, in my humble opinion, especially now that you see XRP, XLM being available on many more platforms, like Coinbase apparently is bringing it. But this is why you see an exotic 15% down on XLM. This is why you'll see XRP down. It's just, again, be like in certain entities or major whales collecting profits on their day. That's what it's all about. There is not it's not necessarily going to be right back down to zero or right back down to the bottom. No, quite the contrary. It's actually just rebounding, cooling off to get ready for the next big run or the bull run. Of course, a lot of people who emotionally trade and just jumps in and says like, hey, okay, let's they hear the hype. And yesterday XRP was running like 90%, XLM same thing. Those people that jump there, while they shouldn't, in my humble opinion, this is again not advice, think or fear their position or feel like they're bag holders or whatnot. If they already ran there because they believe in XRP or XLM or a couple of these other coins, then they shouldn't have a problem with holding it. Now, of course, they would feel like, oh, if I just bought it today, I would have been able to buy it for half the price that I paid for it yesterday, because they just jumped in, joined in the hype. While it's not really a major loss or any of it, it's all going to come down to like how you look at it. Are you in it for the long haul? Are you in it to win it? Or are you in it to make quick trades like scalps and make wins and go back out? Because if that's the case, then you can look at it either way. On the long term aspect of things, specifically XRP is looking extremely bullish because now it didn't get a full support from obviously the judicial system, but at this point it seems like it's almost a given thing at that point. It's only a matter of time, and that's why you see many platforms are already incorporating it within their blockchains. So it's important to let's see what's happening here. It's extremely important to see exactly what's like how that is being played out. I think it's interesting because if I call this correctly, okay, I have a very good point here to make. Congrats on your new shares. Hell yeah, AMC. Hey, okay, so here's the thing. If you guys remember, back in the run for GME and AMC, especially in January of 2021, before that, the hype and the run, it was a crypto run in the later part of 2020. It took from around August, September of 2020, and it led all the way until the end of 2020, early part of 2021, like literally the beginning of January. And then that's when that hype died out. And guess what started? The meme hype. The meme hype was slowly taken off in the later parts of 2020. This is why personally for me, I initiated my position in AMC in September of 2020. But My most attention at that moment was just pile up on AMC. However, most of my attention was on Dogecoin. That was my big come up play actually at that time until AMC's June run up. So like it as soon as that ended, that's when the meme stock saga took off in the early part of January and then took off completely into the later part or the mid part of the year in June with AMC and even GME ran up a little bit, but it was mainly like June was mainly AMC talk. So it's interesting to see if this trend starts again all over again, where cryptos run once again and then get followed by something else, like you guys know what. It's going to be interesting to see how this rolls out or plays out. It's a very important thing to constantly remember the trends and how they play out in the past. Look at this over here. This is the SPY again. It's fighting here, but again, it's not choosing a direction. The algos are working overtime right now to make sure that no one burns the other until the last hour. Burning more premiums. Okay. Let's look at Amazon is on the downside of things now, which would indicate that that could also hurt the SPY. Tesla is not doing too well at this moment in time. The SPY is making a push. Push it. Or now. Netflix is still down 1%. Microsoft is back up into the or was actually always in the green today. Steady Microsoft. Apple has been surging back up. Looks exactly almost like a replica of the SPY's chart. Small action, not much right here. This is kind of like shy pivoting. Stuff like that don't pay bills. You either come in loud or you know, or nothing. Something like this, or even this. So all this right here could be countered with one of these, which looks like it could happen right there with that doji. Yep. Let's look at NVIDIA, see what's happening. Again, algos working tirelessly. Let's see. MCK33N. I would never have the audacity right now. These Crimson run this stock. I meant criminals. These criminals run the stock. We are still buying AMC and Ape. Yes, Nana Ape. Passed away. Gamma Bermudez. MK. How are you? Let's go. Let's see what's happening here. Apple getting hurt, which means SPY get hurt. Ah, see? And that's how a bear run starts forming. Massive, massive. One of these equal all that stuff over there. Well, also one of these will trigger so many stop loss orders.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
Man, I'm so exhausted. That is true, AMC Ape. They are running. They always do that. And of course, unfortunately, even though they have all these powers and all that stuff, and of course they have the most powerful thing, which is liquidity. On top of that, they still choose to cheat. You know, they're not okay with that because again, that's just their nature. Those kind of people. Oh, so they were able to bring NVIDIA down. Okay, yeah, that's a sign. It's gonna go down to try to fill these gaps down here probably into next week. So this is telling a lot to me, folks. This is good. It's been real, family. Time to collect our profits. on, fill my order, and make me chase you around. Look at this action today, extremely choppy. See, when it broke this, no more support. For Nvidia. Okay, let's see what's happening with AMC. Down. How have we fared on the week? We still had an up on the week. And let's see what's going on. GME is still in the same range, literally. Okay. Tesla is falling, which means it either will retest this 277 range before its earnings, and perhaps even down here in the 269 range to fill that gap before its earnings, or by this time of its earnings. What are we doing here? Darren, how are you, my friend? Good afternoon to you too as well. Let's see. Everyone has been saying that it will be up for like a year, but it never has. As far as AMC, I mean, you know, it's not it's gonna run until it. I mean, it's not gonna run until it does run. Happening here. retesting the support level down here for the bulls. I mean, again, this is telling enough to show that breaking right back into this wedge, it's going to be a difficult task to go right back up and obviously reclaim these levels, at least on today. So it will be a story to tell because we are exactly an hour and a half from close. Of course, everything is always possible, but let's see exactly what happens here if they even break down below this support again and fall right back down through. That's going to be pretty important because that means it will, for next week, at least the early part, the SPY will be going down to close some gaps that it created throughout this week. Look, the bears ate that up. Up. Look at that. Look at that. They're trying to definitely bring them through that support. Oh. Mr. Loco. Glad that you're still here, brother. I like this AB. Glad you got the time to day trade online. A lot more fun when you do it with someone than alone. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Well, I'm honored to hear such stuff. Thank you. What's your Andy Cameron? What's your thoughts on the reverse split? I used to be an Adam Aarons fan, but when you look deeper into things, it's extremely hard to trust him. Personally, I just can't see the reverse split forcing them to cover. I think the best bet is to keep doing what we are doing and buying and holding AMC and APE. Again, well, Cameron, that last part right there that you put, in my humble opinion, I think answers the first question that you've asked as far as what my opinion is. At the end of the day, I'm not a person who has an opinion about an individual unless they met and tested that individual themselves. So unlike many people out there who automatically give their fully pledged support to someone or completely go against someone, completely diss someone, based on whatever it is that is in their head without meeting the person or knowing the person individually, I'm completely not like that. I don't roll that way. So therefore, looking at it from this perspective, since this is business, this is trading, this is not just a friendship kind of thing where, oh, we're in the friend zone and let's talk about, do I like this person or not? Since this is involving business, I'm going to look at it as what's within my power. Can I, should I let my emotions, whether I like the guy or hate the guy, should that dictate the way I invest? Well, no. But one thing I can do is, like you mentioned, when you're in doubt, you can only do one of two things. Either back your investment, back it up, or draw up a plan to leverage yourself against an opposite situation. So what do I mean by that? Which is a good question that you've asked. Again, the opinion matter would not do much. Whether I like the guy or hate the guy, it does not matter. I don't know him personally. So therefore, in my religion, it's tough to speak on someone as much as I see what you're saying. Like, hey, I used to be a fan too, but then it became a little more shaky with many other decisions and situations that have happened. So therefore, I personally, I'm on the swings, along probably like with you and many others. It doesn't matter. I could really not like the guy at all, but guess what? What would that do for my investment? What do I need right now is to protect my investment. All this other stuff, as far as rallying against the the board and the CEO, or even supporting the board or the CEO and all that stuff, all that shit can go out of the window with all the respect to everybody. But when it comes to my investment, and arguably when you think the same way when it comes to your personal investment, all that stuff goes straight out the window. For me, all that matters is my investment. How can I protect it? In the second thing that you uploaded, you said buy and hold. For me, that's how I do it, is by protecting it, averaging down, so that I could make sure that in case something happens, whatever this or that case, I'm protected, or I'm well taken care of, at least for that moment. Now, what did I mean by if I start having doubts, I will start thinking about leveraging my position in a different manner? Well, the way that I do that is literally by having, for example, I got my shares, I got all my whatever call options and all this stuff. I will also leverage my position with puts, because at that point I will be actually, in case it goes sideways and the worst case scenario happens, I still have that. I'm not going to be only exposed to the losses on the upside, because I'm all bullish on the upside. Well, I'm not going to sell a single share. I'm not going to do anything because I want the maximum amounts of rewards. But if they screw me, the board and the CEO screw me, then they're not really going to screw me all the way, because at the end of the day, I will have my positions protected by the hedge options, which is, again, buying my puts to hedge myself against the downfall, which is what institutes and smart money would do. Is when they get in a position, if they feel like there is obviously they don't have any insider trading thing to tell them that guaranteed this play is going to go up, then they will go in hedging for both possibilities. That way they don't just get crucified with their entire investment. Because again, at the end of the day, if it goes up, we are all happy. If it goes down, we're all are upset. But when each one is sitting with themselves at home, as we all live on our own, and obviously each has their own issues and their own dilemmas or their own ups and downs in life, what would anything that the board or the AMC stock saga do for you is going to be different for somebody else? Hopefully that made any sense. So therefore, I'm protecting myself for that. Everybody just wants to jump into the pit and say, hopefully they don't light it on fire. That's them. Everybody has their right to invest the way they do. I, on the other hand, like to protect myself on both sides. And again, when there are, you're right, very questionable actions by the board and the CEO himself, of course, I can't help but to try to protect myself, and make different measures so that I can make sure I don't end up on the wrong side of things. That's the most important thing at the end of the day. So that's my personal opinion on the guy. Him, I don't know him personally. For 2+ years, he's been doing things that are shaky, some good, some shaky, and therefore it's hard to kind of pinpoint exactly what he is as far as to everyone. You know what I'm saying? Second. So yeah. Let's see. Trust no one ever, especially if they are a human being. Darren? Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, for sure. Unless they earn it, you're right, correctly on that statement. Will XRP squeeze affect AM? Well, MCK33N, I think that will be something that would remain to be seen. Not necessarily maybe right away, but it's very possible. There's nothing to happen on the weekend, no stock market. All the institutions will be you know, turning all their attention to the crypto world. And obviously everybody's going to want a piece of the pie. So it's possible throughout the weekend, but from this point on out, it looks like it's more on the bullish side than on the bearish side. More good coming than, leaving. Loco, my personal opinion is that the reverse split won't change anything, but the possible dilution will put some shorts in the spot. I mean, I can go along with that. I don't think it will change. I mean, it's not going to change the upside because the thing has been shorted to oblivion. In the same time, the float has been, perhaps, again, quote unquote, we all believe, most of us believe, that it's been oversold many times, over and over. Now, will it change? Not completely, but yes, I do humbly believe, this is just my opinion, guys, that it does change a bit. Because again, what's the most important thing in MOS or in a short squeeze? The amount of shares you have. The less, you still have exposure to it, but not as much as you did before. And that's why personally I think that AMC was better primed and in a better position to do a reverse split / any of these things back when he was trying to recover, because it was in a much worse position then than even now. Humbly, that's what I say. But 2-3 years later, you push people to come in, they all load up, you got millions and millions of people holding, and now you deliver this punch. It seems a little more favorite on the to the institutional side than the retail side. Calling things as I see it. That's just the way I see it. I don't have a reason to hate Adam Aaron or the board, and I don't have a reason to love them. In fact, I have more reason to love them than to hate them, But again, the questionable actions, it just seems that, again, doing something like this now, after 2.5 years of rebounding and amassing more and more people piling in on shares, now you cut it. I mean, it's again, they could have done that back in 2020 or the early part of 2021, because it would have been better fundamentally for the company, since we speak fundamentals, back then. So doing it now is a lot more shaky the way I see it. However, again, even if they do that, the reason why I agree to a certain extent with Mr. Loco's theory as far as it doesn't change much, is because even if that happens and short starts covering, which again, everybody wants to end this madness, even them, they now will have an exit, and that's the way I see it. Now, finally, they have an exit, because previously, as of right now and in the past, they had no exit. We all want life-changing wealth. We all want to go. They don't want to do that. They can't do that. That's what they're saying. And inevitably, they just kept, their plan was to keep pushing all meme stocks / all shorted, heavily retail invested stocks down to oblivion. Even if people are buying, do not let that change the market cap. Do not let that affect the buy and sell of the demand of the stock, which hurts the market cap, which hurts the stock's value. When it drops, the company also drops in value along with it, and next thing you know, the company will be put in a position where it's forced to do these things like reverse splits, stuff like that. And when these kind of things happen, it's kind of like a dice roll. What at this point, what their true intention is. I just know that what the market is doing to us is on purpose, and it was planned out and done since early part of January 2021. They knew that that's what they wanted to do, get people to roll in the money that the system was siphoning away from retail, jumping in and piling in on many plays, not just on AMC, on GameStop, on any of that, SPCE, BBIG, many retail driven stocks. That money doesn't go to sleep. So for years, people have been buying and holding That money acts as big capital for these brokerages, for these market makers, for these institutions that are involved in this. They take this money and they reinvest in it and make more money. Now, since it's kind of like, it sounds now more like a Ponzi scheme, which it is in my humble opinion, now that it's time for them to pay you back your money, because at the end of the day, they got to cover all the madness that they were selling, synthetic or not. They're too greedy to give it back all. So they want in those 3-year period, how many people were not able to hold? How many people were out leveraged and just sold and got out of the positions and just said, you know what, I'll take my losses here. All that is profitable for them, because that gap difference, somebody pocketed that money. Who did? They did on the other side. Whether be it the brokerage, whether be it the market makers and all that stuff. And that's why you have people who, when they look at the market maker and many other institutes and many other market makers having sitting on so many assets that they have sold but never yet purchased, well, that works to their advantage of why they were letting people believe. You know what? They were dealing with people like us who were saying, you know what, we're going to buy and hold. Other side had no solution to that. Their only solution to that was, you know what, if they are full on just coming after us like this, we're going to go ahead and, this is an opinion, not a fact, okay? So that I don't get locked up or whatever. But they were like, you know what, we'll go ahead and bribe a couple of big people up there in the law so they could turn a blind eye to what we're about to do. These people, these retail traders are coming in and they're saying buy and hold only, buy and hold only, buy and hold only. But we're tired of hearing this nonsense. You know what? We're going to let them buy and hold. Let them buy and hold. But what are they buying? They're buying all these massive synthetics. That's when they came up with the non-stop synthetics, because eventually what was working in the early part of January 2021 for, like, for example, GME to get it to rip, by people buying up the float and get it to rip, that stuff wasn't working anymore after that point. It wasn't working. If you notice, June 2021, when AMC ripped, many content creators or people or reality, whatever individuals would like to have you believe that it was retail who bought up and held and got the price to pump to all-time highs. It wasn't really necessarily that. We were true about one thing, which is we did buy and hold. He's still doing the same thing. God knows how many floats we bought and held. But it was instantly at that moment that where they kind of lay the trap. I feel like that's when they's like, you know what? These people are coming after us. These retail traders want to buy and hold. Here's what we'll do. We'll set a trap for them, get this to roll to an all-time high, bring a lot of people in, get them to buy and hold. And when they do all that, that's when we will start showering the entire meme movement with synthetics, coin backed, whatever, exposed shares to coin, FTX, BS, all that stuff. And the longer we keep doing that, the more they hurt. And the longer they continue, the more the company eventually's fundamentals hurt, because they're not effectively bringing the price of the stock up. And AMC has been selling all its shares left and right. It needs to do some sort of dilutions since it can't depend on making its own recovery on its own. So therefore, we're like, you know, they effectively made this illegal BS move on us to push us to the wall, and better yet, against the edge, with our backs almost, you know, against the edge to fall off. Now they're waiting for us to take one pivot back and fall off, or you just roll down and you accept what you have. That's the way I see it, and what they would be willing to give. Because once they do have their reverse split and their conversion, which they piled up heavily on Ape, in my humble opinion, more than retail, so that they can have access to what they need. Eventually, the company also will be flushed with shares to be able to dilute and give them what they need. Of course, it's going to look like, in my humble opinion, it's going to look like the stock is squeezing because of the reverse split and the conversion. But that's where I've been telling the entire family for months, said if this thing goes through, There is a plan that I've put in place. I'll go about it. And if it doesn't go through, then it's business as usual. And that's what I meant by it. First split happens, blah, 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 conversion goes through. My expectations as far as what the MOAS will look like are just going to be a little bit different. That's why I agree with Vado Loco as far as it's not going to change much, or it's not going to change anything in his opinion. But for me, I do think it will change some fundamentals. Of course, some things that were not on the table are now going to be on the table if the reverse split and the conversion happens through. It's realistic. It's actual facts actually at that point. Much less float. Many more, God knows what converted over from ape over along with the other people who were from retail who are converting over. How many people truly sold their AMC shares so they could go and buy ape and perhaps get back into AMC? All these fundamentals were not part of the play before. So yes, it does change many factors. So therefore, for me, I'm not telling anybody to buy, sell, hold, or do whatever. I got to take care of my investment. Each single one of you got to take care of your investment. So do what would make you feel good and what makes you sleep at night, and protects your investment to the best of your abilities. And make sure you live by those decisions and those consequences of those decisions. Don't come around and blame anyone or anything. Yeah, you have the right to be let down about anything. People get bummed all the time in life, and then they have ups and downs. That's what life is about. But don't get caught to where you completely get exposed and screwed, and start blaming others. At the end of the day, you have choices to make, each single one of you. Whichever that choice is going to be, make sure you live by those decisions. If you don't have a plan, that's ultimately what I think is the worst way to walk into anything in life, not just in the stock market or in this movement in AMC or GameStop or any of the meme stocks. You have to have a solidified plan. With the existence for me, with this reverse split and conversion, if it goes through, I have a plan for that. And it's not, sell before the reverse split goes through, or I've said that I'm holding through no matter what, because I know if the reverse split happens in the conversion, yet there are people who are going to cover, institutes who has to cover their positions. But the problem with it for me is what the MOAS will look like. Instead of the MOAS that we've dreamed of, it's going to be the MOAS that I realistically have to adapt to. Why is that? Because now, all of a sudden, when there was no shares available for anyone out there, unless they come through us, through retail, to cover, that's where shorts had to come get the shares. They couldn't go anywhere to get shares to cover. If they get margin or they have to cover. Now, they don't have to necessarily only go through us. They can go through AMC, as it will start diluting in the name of fixing its fundamentals or their balance sheets and their debts. In the same time, many entities will have shares rolled over from ape, institutions, not just retail. So therefore, the ultimate expectations of what the MOAS is for AB would be a little bit different, not to the moon crap talk and all this stuff. And AB is willing to live by that, because ultimately I've taken care of myself from all angles, positioned myself for in case the opposite happens, or if it starts falling, I'm protected against that, protected to the upside. I have my exposure to the upside. At the same time, for 2.5, 3 years, I've been, piling up, as everybody in the family for years now know that I get my nonstop like day trades, and whatever profits I make from it, I load up on my positions. So therefore, especially after the options in June 2021, I've been completely cool with AMC. Carlos Juarez, much appreciated and much love, brother. Thank you. So ultimately, it's to me, at the end of the day, you have to walk in with that plan, people. You have to. You can't just walk in and say, yeah, I think it's going to be just to the moon. Hey, Why do you think I've been here since September of 2020? Because I have so much belief into this play and in this movement. The movement, by the way, was always to correct and fix the corruption in the stock market, and in the same time have access to life-changing wealth in doing so. Kind of like a superhero lot, you know. And they adapted to that. They did their illegal crap. Of course, many people in higher offices, in my humble opinion, have turned a blind eye. Not for free. Everybody gets a piece of the action. Nobody turns a blind eye for free. This is the world that we live in, especially in the capitalist world. Everybody got to have a piece of the pie. That's why they do what they do. Nobody does anything for free these days, especially on that side. Unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. And ultimately, if you have protected yourself from the beginning, if you made a plan, like for example, I'll always choose myself as an example. From the beginning, loaded up. Rightfully, we should have squoze in instantly. Did not happen. They adapted to it and they went and started, they suspended our stocks. This was early part of January of 2021. They suspended us. They took us off the buy list and only open to sell positions in most brokers. That was, of course, very illegal, but they did that and they got away with it. All they had to do was meet the Congress and the Senate committee, and they made it seem like they really berated them publicly. What does that mean? Does that bring back the losses that somebody else incurred? Doesn't. But at the end of the day, it was a nothing burger. They got away with that. So, with that being said over there, now, how else did they adapt to doing what they were doing? Since for me now, I got to adapt to a new strategy. Since we were robbed of our squeeze in the first stage where it was supposed to happen, now I had to adapt. At that point, I knew that thing was going to be in. We're going to be in for a battle. I knew that we have them compromised, that they have done so much to the point where they were losing billions daily. Daily, they were losing billions, and they didn't like that. And of course, they did the most illegal crap, and many people on the highest of offices in this in this lawful nation were turning a blind eye to it, in my humble opinion. So therefore, it's therefore at that point, AB was like, okay, what do I do here? Do I just get out? Do I fold? Or do I continue? Well, the answer was almost at that moment, like met with anger. I was pissed that they did that to us. I was pissed they took that buy button out. I was pissed that they were not allowing people to obviously exercise their options and doing all that stuff. I was pissed. So therefore, I reacted with retaliation by buying more and saying, you know what? You want these from me? You're telling me just sell? Only sell? Because you want this to end right here? No, you can't have these. Even if it goes to zero, you cannot freaking have them. So I held. And then bought more. And then as it started carrying on, and it became more of a deadlock, either you or me, and I will always bet on myself. So therefore, I bought more and more. It doesn't matter what the price at the time was. I bought in the 60s range. I bought in the 50s range. I bought in the 40s range. I bought in the 30s range. Because at that point, it was personal for me. It wasn't about trading. It was more personal. Now I want your demise more than anything because you took away something from me and many other retail traders, rightfully so, when it was legally ours. So yes, we were actually supposed to have the squeeze correctly, in time, fairly fast. They legally disallowed that, and therefore, we are here now. We all had to make a choice because you get it how you live. This is life. My choice was continue to apply more through the market, though, not just from my dry powder on the side for personal money or cash or whatever the case may be. No, I was like, I'm going to day trade. I'm going to make money from the market more and more, and I'm going to apply it all to my positions in AMC. And therefore, here we go. Here we are, and here I am. It's crazy that it took this to this point, And ultimately, like I said, protect yourself to both sides. Have a plan for this way or this way. No one can tell anybody how they should, and neither should you go along with what somebody else would tell you, because they're going to be biased to a certain extent. For me, I can't be biased because I'm sitting on a huge position of AMC and GME. It's like freaking crazy. So I can't just say, okay, yeah, I love somebody or I hate somebody or any of that. I care more about my investment than any of these individuals out there or these realities. Yeah, we ranted for a bit. Let's see what's happening here. Let me see some of the questions and go back over it. Thanks so much for the honest opinions. I appreciate it, and all you that do for the community. I've been in AMC for 3 years now, and my conviction grows stronger every day. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Andy. Mr. Loco, I agree. Also, if we would have said yes to the 25 million as dilution, we wouldn't be playing this scenario. For that reason, I feel like both messes up the investors and AMC board. Yeah, to a certain extent, correct. Yes, but to a certain extent, because technically, you got to remember, AMC had shares and they sold them in 2021. They sold them in the 40s, in the 30s, and all that stuff. AMC, you could play that scenario, Vada Loco. And again, I'm not coming at you, Loco. You know, we're cool and we do that all the time. It's good that we always go, all of us as a family, debate so we could come to the most clear vision of something. So it's not just a biased one. You know, we gotta give a voice to the other guy in the room. You know, that's the saying I always like to say. Or the last guy in the room. AMC chose to sell these shares and they diluted and they created billions of dollars and money. Where did that go? What did we do with that? In the same time, they chose to sell then. If it was up to me and we were to go back in time, I wouldn't want AMC to sell in the 40s or even in the 30s. There was a massive misconception that goes around that says that AMC's selling of these shares is what created the run-up, and that's entirely false. AMC's selling began after the run was happening. In fact, most of the shares were dumped on the way back down in the 40s and the 30s from the all-time high. So and that's when Adam Aaron himself was like, I need to diversify some of my assets and all that stuff. So I recall all these events correctly because again, I've been in it since before any of these events even turned up. So they could have sold at a much higher point. In fact, if they would have held their shares, maybe AMC would have gotten the chance to rip to the 400s, to the 300s like GME did. It's a what if, maybe. And at the same time, have we given them the dilution back in 2022? Maybe we also wouldn't be here. You're spot on with that as well. So there's both scenarios, and we can't go back in time and see how it works. And that's what I don't like, to go back always and speak about the past, because the past is in the past. I know a lot of content creators are out there going and saying, had we given them this, we wouldn't be here today. So take a step back now, all of you. You all are the problem, or you all the issue. I beg your pardon, but at the end of the day, if there's no us, there's no AMC today. Everything will be bankrupt and shut down. Retail investor is what kept AMC open, or what gave it a hope or a shot at staying around. So therefore, coming down and getting, like, if it was about institutions, they want the demise for AMC. They couldn't give two shits about AMC. Clearly, we saw that being the case. We came and said, you know what? We see in you what no one else sees, what these institutes don't see. We're going to invest in you. We're going to come in hard and we're going to buy and hold too. That's a statement. That's a freaking statement. It's tough. It's tough to see people, you know, like go back and say, oh, you did this because you didn't approve that. Well, I beg your pardon here again, but if it wasn't for us, there won't be a here now. Now that we are here, you can't see yourself down on the community and on the movement and say this. Because again, all these other content creators, in 2021, I bet you, go back to 2021, each single one of you now, I'm telling this is a general statement to the entire community. Go back to 2021. And even in 2022, what was all these content creators' agendas, or how were they handling themselves? What were they talking about? What agendas were they pushing? Will it be, the question is, does it match what's happening today? Because if it is, then I think you've been sleeping under a rock. Because if you would have told me back in 2021 or in the early part of 2022, that, or even all the way to mid 2022, if I was a content creator and I came out, and I am a content creator, but if I came out back then in those times and said, guys, this thing is gonna either go bankrupt or we have to give them shares so they can liquidate. How many of you in here, but again, apply that mindset back then, would have called AB straight up shill, straight up whatever, and then devoured him left and right? Probably 99.9% of the community. Maybe that 0.1% are the ones that are probably day trading AMC at the moment, so they wouldn't even care. They just see a guy getting devoured, so therefore, you know what? We don't want him to get jumped. We'll step to his side. But that's not the case. That's not the case. Now you got so many different agendas running up and down and all this stuff. And of course, there are a lot of shills in between that ignite division amongst. So some content creators who are coming out of the closets, and then in the same time, that's powered and empowered by many shills that no one knows. They just have a YouTube handle that no one knows. And, they're hiding behind that. You don't know who they are, what they look like. They could say a female's name, but they could be a guy. And then they're pushing and adding and egging the situation on because it's to the best interests of the shorts and the hedge funds. So it's fair to always just take it in the middle and hold the stick in the middle, not from one side over the other. Again, I'm like so conflicted on all those stuff because there's two sides to each story, and that's just the way that I see it. I give an honest opinion to both sides. Yes, if they diluted in 2022 and we gave them, then we possibly would not be here. But I don't think so, because if you look at our debt is not little. In the same time, the price AMC trades at is also very minuscule. So what would those shares would have done? Perhaps even exhilarated our down movement on the stock and the price value, because it's dilution. So I don't think that would have done much different. It could have helped, but I don't think it would have done much different. And I don't think it's definitely the case of why this has to happen here, because those 20 plus million shares were not approved in 2022. I think that was more of an amount of shares that could just get us over the little hump. I don't think it was a decider into why this is happening right now, or what's happening with us is happening with us because we didn't approve that then. I think there's some agendas being played when some content creators push that agenda, on people. And exactly, AMC Ape, it is questionable. Nana Ape, they are trying to shake us out. We need to stay strong together. Of course, never better than that sentiment. It's always been about that. Mr. Loco, they did have an exit when we diluted from 51 million to 517. Why didn't they cover then? That's the question that keeps going and going, and think the dilution won't affect us as much as many think. And that's a good, see, there you go, Loco. You've answered I think the questions from earlier. They did have an option to close, but the reason why they didn't close is because that was just dilution of 51 million. That does not cover the mountains of the craziness that lies behind those very high mountains, in my humble opinion. So they need the dilution, yes. They also need these reverse splits, and they also need these convergence, and they need all that to come together so that they can actually have it, that they have a shot at it the way that they want. Remember, guys, think of this. This is what I want to get over to you guys. Imagine all of us are one person, okay? So I can make the example a little bit easier to understand, or where I'm coming from. Imagine all of us have the buying power of one individual. We're all one. We all put our money back in 2021, January of 2021. So it's basically officially, you could literally say it's almost 3 years, January of 20 now. So like you could definitely say we have been in 3 years exactly to this moment. Now, we all put our money there. Forget about people who've been buying more and more and more along the time, because we've had the same motto of buy and hold. Okay, so we've all been holding. We all put our money as one person. That's the example. We're just one person, and we all bought. We're holding. Now, where did that money go? Stop thinking about the squeeze for a second. Stop thinking about AMC. Stop thinking about the stock market and all that stuff. Where did that money go? Whose pockets or whose accounts did that money go to? We understand we all got the shares that we paid for. Synthetic, no synthetic, real, no real. We got what we paid for. However, where did the money go? That's the $1 million question that people would, if they understand where I'm coming from, you have to see it this way. So all that money for 3 years have been piled up and definitely not collecting dust. It's been flipped left and right. They made so much money off of our money because they knew that the people who gave us this money are not going to come back anytime soon looking for it, because they knew that this was not going to be a day thing or a week thing. So we were a perfect lender. We were technically a lender. We lended these people money free of interest. In fact, in a way that's more shady than ever, because some people couldn't even make it until this moment. So therefore, it was more like an SBA loan or a PPP loan, where they got it free of interest, and some of it was even forgiven because some people couldn't make it until now. Again, follow along with me. Now, this is bigger than the board and Adam Aaron and all this stuff. I'm telling you the way I see it on a large scale, like on a macro level for the entire market, of what the thieves, when they were talking about transfer of wealth, that's what they meant by transfer of wealth. Now, with these billions and billions of dollars, perhaps trillions of dollars that they got from everybody, not just AMC, many other retail communities, all buy, hold, or whatever, and all that stuff, for 3 years now, how much money have they made off of our money? Have they been making money, flipping money off of our money for 3 years elsewhere, and in retail, real estate, whatever, buying up this property, that property, investing in day trade, pumping and dumping stocks and making profits, so that they can come back and say, you know what? Here, we'll pay you back. Thank you for the loan. Here's your money. Whoever still is around on the bandwagon will pay you. But of course, not the levels or the money that you expect. There is a reverse split that has to happen. There is this that has to happen. And we will be more than happy to give back off of the same money that they took from the people. So from the people, take it and then flip it back to the people eventually, years later down the line. And whoever is around, they will profit. Perhaps, and again, if this was to be the case, that's the way I see it, that it will go up. Reverse split or not, the stock will go up because somebody has to give back somebody has to get these shares back to whoever they borrowed and dump them off from. You know what I'm saying? So to close this, and even the short have to close their position so they can collect their profits. So to end that nightmare, they will be collecting their profits or their losses. And at the same time, they move on and they take their profits elsewhere. But where did the money and the capital all come from the get-go? That question is answered, I personally think, 3 years ago. When they first started this, they took the capital from us, they flipped our money, and then now they're going to come back and pay us back from our own money. Perfect Ponzi scheme, right? Eventually, but only to those who are still around or who are stuck around when they come back to give us back money. But of course, they're not going to do all that just to take your money and give it right back to you the same. No, they don't do nothing for free. This is the wolf covered in sheep's clothing. Of course, they're going to try to keep as much of it as possible because the intent from the get-go was to take and transfer wealth from you and me over to them there. That's where I think that even Adam Aaron or the board or whatnot does not play in that world. They could genuinely be good people, but when you're talking about deep state mindset people coming at you like what I just explained, if it was to be true, then who the hell is Adam Aaron to change any of that? He could easily know all about it, but he could be following orders, which I personally think that's a very high possibility. Why is he following orders? Because again, when it's so much bigger than him, he has no control over it. Think of it, people. Think of it. What's been happening to us has been happening for 3 years. It is like everybody can see the illegalities of things, yet it's like we are the only ones that know about it. We know about it, and you want to tell me that the law doesn't know about it? The SEC hints at it. The DOJ can't figure out what we know? Come on, people. This is just a play that the curtains are closed for now until the perfect time. That's when they open up the curtains, when they're ready, when everything is ready to fall in place, and the media coverage is going to be rolling all about it. Meme stock mania is back. Yes, look, they hurt the market. It's because the meme stock, the retail investors, they're the ones who's killing the economy and do it. Be ready for all that crap to come back. Man, we went on a rant. Opinions on NEO, MCK33N. If you're still on here, I am extremely bullish on NEO for long-term purposes, not just this week or next month or even the end of this year. I'm talking about long-term. I have huge aspirations for NEO. There's a lot that goes into it. Their deliveries, they're very prominent out of China. That's the only thing that's also against them, is they're out of China. So it depends on what happens politically with us and them. At the end of the day, they're not only exposed to the US, even though that's the most important market to be exposed to if you're a company. But that could put a dent at a good company's situation, especially since everything there is backed or controlled by the CCP. So, but besides that, long term, I love NEO, personally. Let's see, how many people bought more? Nana Ape. Well, count me in. Look at that. Vado Loco 12x his position since 2021. Hell yeah. Kia Mike, people did not know they had to exercise the contracts not to sell them. That's bearish. What? People did not know that they had to exercise the contracts. Okay. If you're referring, Kia Mike, if you're referring to 2021 June as far as for AMC, it's still not fully, like, that's a hit and miss kind of statement, because here's what it is. So was I able personally to have more shares in AMC? In June, I had so many call options on AMC. So the ones that were, I had some that was far out of the money, and there were some that were far into the money. However, even the ones that were far out of the money, which at the time, the highest options that you could go out of the money was the $40 strike price. That was the highest you could go to, and it was so far out of the money because AMC was around $8 to $10, and in those days. So when even the $40 strike price became so deep in the money, imagine the 11, the 12, and the $10 strike price. For me, they were so deep into the money, it was unbelievable. So what I did, which was the smart thing to do at that point, is, since I believe in AMC so much, is you sell the $40 strike price, which is the higher ones, because they're the ones who are further out than the 10 and the 12, especially from the price. But even though that they're in the money, they're very profitable. You sell those, you get the money out, and then I exercise the $10 and the $12 one. It makes no sense to exercise the $40 one, because obviously I will be paying $40 a share at that time, versus the market maker, either way, or whoever it is that sold those options to me, would still have to pay the market value regardless. So why exercise the 40? No, I'll exercise the 10, the 12, and the $8 and the $13 strike price options, because they are so much further in the money now instead of the $40 ones. So I sold the $40 ones, and then with a big portion to have the liquidity to exercise many of the 10 and 12 and the $13 ones. And that's basically how I managed to get a lot more shares and also help out the community. That was my way of helping it. But as far as giving a strong statement, like just one thing to do, everybody has to exercise, well, that's a very, that's a very vague statement, because exercising an option means you have to buy 100 shares at whatever that strike price is. How do you know that person has the money to buy those 100 shares? So where are they going to get the money from to get those 100 shares, right? So whether people sold or not, to me, again, you are retail, you're on my side. That's all I care about. You're on my side, you're against my enemy, you're my friend. But selling, again, what I've done back then, I was able to buy or exercise the smaller strike prices, because I had many that were further away, like in the $40 range, that were also in the money. So I was able to do that transaction, sell those for thousands and thousands of dollars each option, but then using that money to be able to pile up and exercise the short term ones, or sorry, the lower ones, the $10, the $11, the $12 ones, because now I gotta pay $10 a share for 100 of them. There you go. I just gotta pay $1,000 to exercise one call option at $10 a strike price, versus the market maker at the time had to go to the market and pay 60, 70 share for 100 shares. While I was paying $1,000, the market freaking maker was paying way over whatever for each option, or each 100 shares. He was paying freaking what? You do the math. Whatever price that I exercise it at, they have to go buy it on the market for the market price. Let's see, more questions. Conviction is a strong asset. Hell yeah, you have to have that. Know me and many of my friends been adding since 2019. Only time will tell if we are right and truly believe. Wow, you're much ahead of me in that department. In 2019, bro. Wow, that's impressive, Varo Logo. Right before even the shutdown of the market. Wow. Carlos Suarez, I own 7K of APE and AMC APE. I want to load up more. Would you buy APE or AMC at these prices? Not financial advice. What the realistic ass high? Well, Carlos Suarez, of course I can't tell what we will go to, what the high is, and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when the situation takes place, that's when matters have to take, we have to take things into our own hands. So that's why I protect myself into each direction. I leverage my position in many different angles. I have call options. I have a bunch of freaking shares, because I've kept adding through profits off the market. Like today, the profits I made from this will go and buy more shares. And add more and more for 3 years. Yes, that's where the position has been. Some exercising back in June 2021. That also added a big grip. The majority of my position was created actually in June 2021 from the massive exercising of those smaller options. In the same time, I do have some puts that will prevent, in case the case scenario happens, that will make sure that I'm protected also. So I will go ahead and lay off my calls when the worst of the worst happens, get back whatever I can out of it if that happens, and then of course make up whatever I get exposed to on the upside, and the upside doesn't happen, I can make it back up onto the downside. So message to the board and to Adam Aaron, or to the market in general. So you try to screw me, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm protected from either way. Now, what prices and how things go, that comes down to your price action reading, looking at volumes on the time that things start taking place. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, if the MOAS starts taking place tomorrow, hypothetically speaking, Monday, not tomorrow, then you'll need to be looking at the volume, how it's moving, how volatile. All these things play a big role in it. Now, I know everybody would love to take every penny off the table. No one wants to leave any profits on the table. That's why everybody always want to call out the top and all that. But there's no such thing. That's a loser strategy, in my humble opinion. No one can call out the top. In fact, it would be more lucky, and I'm talking about really lucky, if somebody calls out the top or even the bottom of something, especially in the event of as volatile as a short squeeze. Like in a day trade opportunity like today, it's much easier to gauge indicators and all that, but those things will be shocked in the event of a MOAS or a short squeeze if it was to take place. So therefore, you would have to be more active with, again, the price action will help you a little bit to see how it runs. But then again, if short orders are being covered every once in a while, then what would price action will only do you only so much, because you don't know when the next short order is going to be covered. And a huge buy order could be coming in, or a whale could be coming in. So in those days, everything will be different than these days. It's easier to gauge where AMC is at now, or any of the meme stocks. But on the day of judgment, if it was to happen, it's gonna be extremely all pretendent on how many days to cover, the short interest, and even those are manipulated numbers. You think Vortex is gonna be 1,000% correct? Quite the contrary. It's whatever is reported to it. So it's reacting to whatever is self-reported freaking numbers. It's whatever is reported to it. But take it with a grain of salt. At least it's better than no data whatsoever, right? So at that point, you'll have to gauge the sentiment. And at that point, you will also have to come to realization with what are your expectations of this play. When you pile up on your position, you definitely must have created some sort of plan saying that, you know what, if this price hits here, I'm good. I need to have this X amount of shares. So if the price goes to this area, I can let go of this many and then hold this many. And then if it goes to here, I can let go of this many or let go of all of this, whatever. And that's a U plan, my friends. Each single one I implore each single one of you to have that kind of plan. Otherwise, just having one thing and saying, let's see where this goes, it will come down to luck at that point. And hopefully that answered the question, my friend. Hopefully. see. You're just trying to see what's better after the conversion. Well, again, if it was to run, as many claim afterwards, it instantly or whatever, it goes on longer and what have you. Again, it all depends. If it was to run, again, you should have already piled up enough to see what would take care of you. I know a lot of people are asking the question of, do you pile up on APE or AMC? Well, it's very hard to answer that question because personally, I have my conviction in AMC, and this is just me. It doesn't mean I'm right. I could be exposed to a massive downside if that's not the case. If the reverse split goes through, the conversion goes through, and all this stuff, I just have my APE that was handed to me back when the issuance of APE happened. But I didn't continue to just APE and whatever. No, I continued buying AMC because AMC's share price matters to me the most. At the same time, AMC itself, I know that there is many people, infiltrators, who are not real enough to come out and actually say that they have sold all their AMC in order to add up more on their decision with apes so that they can get back into AMC and make up for this whole 10-to-1 fiasco. If you were to tell people that ape and AMC were going to be exactly the same price and they were going to do a 10-to-1 reverse split, I guarantee you many more people would be upset with the yes vote or whatnot. But again, that's not the reality. So we're not going to go back in time. We're just going to talk about now. I'm breaking it down for as far as for now. So I do stand with this decision, this statement, because I know that it is true. There is so many people / content creators that are not real enough to come out and tell their following, or have the courtesy to tell their following that they have been either dumped their entire AMC to load up entirely on APE, or half of their AMC to add more into APE so they can have the exposure back. Some did tell you in a light way, and many just completely stopped streaming because they can't sit there. They couldn't see themselves sitting there telling you AMC, 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 but then they dumped all their AMC to buy APE. Their conscience just couldn't help them, so they stopped making content altogether. And then some have, just continued to hold, like me. Like I said, holding this. I'm holding this. I did not buy more of this. This was just given to me from my own pocket, because APE was not necessarily a dividend. It was a give me $10 so I can give you back $10. That's what it was. That's it. It's from my own market cap. In fact, I paid for this dividend because the market cap of AMC dropped, brought my share value per share down, and eventually it was done for what? For $1 APE, for 68-cent APE. When it took away $7+ per share from my AMC shares. Again, it is what it is. That's why I set myself up with plans A and B and C and D and E and F, G, and all the way to Z. To see how it takes place after, I will be good no matter what happens, because I covered my back from all angles. Hopefully that answers more and more of the questions out there to my people. Correct. You do not want AMC to plummet, right? Nana Ape. Let's see. Pabloka saying bears are back. I didn't even look at the SPY. I was out of it already. I have to do, like, before I get out from here, I have probably like 15 minutes to get in to try to get in some positions for next week. Pabloco, poor management was what got them in this position. That's one other way to look at it. This sounds like taxation and how we pay our bills. Hell yeah, AMC 8. Kia Mike, thumbs up. So were they able to bring us down below the $4.48? As you guys can see, yeah, they were able to on the week, even on the day. Today we were peaked above 457, and they did not allow us to close above it. And this is the look here on AMC for the week. We barely reached above that area in the 448 level right there. We barely peaked on 2 days, yesterday and then today, and obviously we're closing under. Let's see if we get that momentum into next week and push above. We'll see. That's obviously remaining to that remains to be seen. The rest of the markets are going through a massive rebound or correction from these past few days of non-stop green, especially the SPY. This is going to be one of the only few days that it had in the red for the past, who knows, like 10 trading sessions. Let's see. Apple down, all of them down, yep. All right, so family, it's come to a beautiful end. Maybe we could talk more about any of these things tomorrow, or no, sorry, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's no market. Sunday or Monday morning, either Sunday evening or Monday morning. Who knows? You might catch me doing a live with one of my other amazing friends and fellows content creators out there. We might do some work. Who knows? We'll see. It's good to be back. I'm glad that finally the new laptop came in, and I can't wait to see what happens. We are still in very, very, very good. It will be like it's very good times, because again, I think that something is on the horizon from now until the 21st of July. Why the 21st of July is because, which is next week, because there's a lot of option institutional backed option data that are being played or concentrated on that day. So something is possibly in the aftermarket going to be reported to sizzle the weekend up for people, or sometime in this next week something might get reported, because at the end of the day, I find it hard that all these options for all these institutes are just going to go to like for no reason, that all that concentration out of nowhere just suddenly for that. AB, if the conversion is approved, will it happen overnight, or do we have to wait 20 days? If the conversion is approved, I don't exactly know 100%. There's a saying that says that basically if it's approved, there's still throughout the hearing, there still needs to be more things that go into play that will cause the court to go ahead and to reach to a higher extent, so that it can get more approval, and it could take up to 20 days or a month, or like how you're saying there, for it to be posted or gone. However, I personally think that once something is announced, there always tends to be brokers normally want some sort of corporate action on the stock, so they know what's happening. So if it's going to happen immediately, we'll see a corporate action on the screen of the stock, and it won't be tradable. However, if it doesn't go through right away, then the judge would probably, in her order, say something about when this could take place, or if the settlement doesn't go through. Personally, I think that There's still more to be found about that settlement. I think that the judge saw, even if she was to approve this settlement between AMC and whatever, I think that the judge is going to come back and say, I don't think this is fair enough. From what I heard in that case, in those testimonies, I find it hard that the judge is going to come back and say, yeah, okay, you know what? There's enough evidence appealing. I appeal to all the evidence. Go ahead, go through with the reverse split. I don't think it's going to be just like that. I think that the judge is going to perhaps come back and say there has to be a better conversion rate or a reverse stock split rate for common shareholders, because common shareholders, if you think about it, they paid for the issuance of APE, let alone now. Not only are you reversing their preferred shares 10 to 1, but you're also reversing their common shares 10 to 1. Yes, there is the settlement with Allegheny with every 7.5, you get one after. But that's still not fair enough, because again, you already cut this common shares investment to a certain extent to create APE. And then now you want to do another also damage to it through the reverse split through it again. It doesn't sound fair. So maybe personally, this is my personal opinion, I think that the judge will come back and say that the rate of what is happening needs to be a little different, especially for the common shares portion of it. Will that happen? We'll see. Will it not happen? Maybe she'll just say, I approve all of it. We'll see. If she says, no, I don't approve it, I don't think it's right at all what they did with APE, how they went about securing their this and that and this. And also we will see then. And if that case was the case, then we will have to reconvene then, all of us, and go about how it works. At the end of the day, one thing that stands out is that in this movement is that we did not have a 1 week or a 1 day kind of thing. We've been in this thing for over 3 years, some of us. And, we're still going to probably be here until it all gets figured out. Whether the judge says this or that, if it goes through right away and they say you can't trade until this happens, hey, if you were all for the reverse split and the conversion, then it shouldn't matter to you, if you're not for it, then, hey, hopefully you've made your plans to cover yourself to, whatever comes. Thank you, Nana Ape. Appreciate you guys. AB is going to be out now. I'm beginning to lose my voice. I need to go drink water. I need to eat. I need to prepare for the weekend. It's been an amazing comeback day. Thank you all for everyone and each single one of you that tuned in. Hopefully you walk out of the stream with something. Appreciate your support, guys. Thank you all for whoever liked the video or this live or whoever didn't. Thank you for at least giving me some of your time to listen to somebody like me. In the same time, may the Lord continuously be on our side and bless this entire movement and entire community, and especially the ones who want nothing but the best for everyone else. At the end of the day, we're humans before investors. And on that note, much love, AB Investments. I'll catch you guys on Sunday or Monday.